April begins with an acknowledgement of reality. The president says the first part of this month will be, quote, one of the roughest 2 or 3 weeks we've ever had. U.S. government projections say the coronavirus has spread far enough that one of the less bad scenarios includes 1 to 200,000 deaths.
The virus spread during months when the president said the United States would soon have 0 cases. In February, he repeatedly minimized the importance of the pandemic.
You know, you do certain things that you do when you have the flu. I mean, view this the same as the flu.
But last night, the president tried to give the impression that he'd understood the severity all along.
I mean, I've had many friends, business people with great, actually, common sense. They said, why don't we write it out? A lot of people have said, a lot of people have thought about it. Write it out. Don't do anything. Just write it out and think of it as the flu. But it's not the flu. It's vicious.
All right, to tell us more about what we can expect based on modeling, we've got NPR's global health correspondent, Nuri Eisenman. Hi, Nuri. Good morning.
Good morning, Rachel.
So the president saying the next couple of weeks are going to be some of the hardest that this country has ever faced. What are you hearing from scientists, from medical professionals right now?
Okay, so the bottom line, the models that the White House is relying on say so many people in the U.S. are already infected with coronavirus that not only is drastic action needed, it's going to take a while for those measures to slow down the process of one person passing the disease to another and on to another. And so what these models predict is that over the next 2 weeks, there'll be more hospitalizations, more deaths for 2 to 3 weeks. That's when infections are projected to hit their peak.
What do we mean when we say we're talking about the peak, like we need to get there because once we get there and get on the other side, everything is going to be better? Is that true?
Right. No, it is not. This is not just 2 or 3 weeks of pain. Several more weeks after the peak, the number of new deaths each day will still be high. It's just that it will be slightly lower than it was the day before. And so that best case scenario is that by the time this is all suppressed, between 100,000 to 240,000 people in the U.S. will have died. Here's Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's on the White House Coronavirus Task Force.
As sobering a number as that is, we should be prepared for it. Is it going to be that much? I hope not. And I think the more we push on the mitigation, the less likelihood it would be that number.
It's still so hard to absorb, right? Up to 240,000 people dead as a result of this.
Yeah. And for all of his optimism, Dr. Fauci and others have stressed that, that is the best case scenario right now with all of the mitigation measures in place. And that's only this wave of infections that we're talking about. Also, the timing of when illnesses and deaths will peak will actually vary from state to state.
So we know New York right now is experiencing the worst of the outbreak. Where should we be looking next? I mean, what's the next New York?
I put that question to one of the researchers who created this model that the administration is citing, Dr. Ali Muqdad of University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation. And he's particularly worried about Florida. In about a month at the peak there, Florida will see about 136 deaths a day. And Muqdad says that's because it's a state with a large share of older people who are more vulnerable to this virus. Also, it's one of a number of states whose governors have not issued statewide social distancing rules. And I should add that Muqdad also told me something that the administration has not mentioned in their presentations about this model that his team created and that the White House is relying on. And that's that the model does not consider the president's guidelines effective per se, because they're just guidelines. In states that don't have their own statewide rules, it's not clear how much people are following the president's recommendations. So the model bases its forecast on when each state put in place strict measures. And for those that haven't done so yet, Georgia, Mississippi, Texas, Nevada, North Dakota, the model assumes they will put strict statewide measures in place by a week from now. Also, it assumes that all states will keep these measures in place until June 1st. Remember, the president's guidelines right now expire on May 1st. So if states don't do all this, the death toll would be projected to be much higher.
Real quick, Nuri, give me some hope, a glimmer of hope anywhere.
Well, California and Washington saw some of the earliest cases. They also were among the states that moved quickest to impose social distancing. And since then, they have really managed to slow down the spread. So these measures appear to work. And Dr. Fauci also points out that models always have limitations. So maybe we shouldn't treat these projections as fate. But we should treat them as an indicator of how concerned we should be, which is very concerned.
All right. NPR's Narit Eisenman with the latest. Thanks. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Rachel.
We are not at war. Sailors do not need to die. Those are the words of the commander of an American nuclear aircraft carrier in a letter to his superiors.
Now, dozens of sailors on the USS Theodore Roosevelt are sick after being infected with coronavirus. That's why Captain Brett Crozier wrote a plea for help. He asked the Pentagon for permission to remove nearly all the crew from the ship so they could practice social distancing while the ship is disinfected.
Our Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman joins us with more. Tom, just tell us what we know right now about the situation on board the Roosevelt.
Well, Rachel, the carrier is now docked in Guam, and as you say, Brett Crozier, the captain, wants to take all 4,000 or so sailors off the ship, find lodging for them ashore, and disinfect the ship. There are reports, more than dozens, but anywhere from 50 to 200 have already tested positive for the virus, and he says the virus is accelerating. That's his word. Now, the top officer for the Pacific Fleet, Admiral John Aquilino, spoke to reporters last night. He declined to reveal any numbers about those infected, and he clearly doesn't want to remove all 4,000 sailors at once, as the captain wants. He says the ship has to be ready for any crisis. He insisted he and the captain are all, quote, on the same sheet of music. He said they would rotate sailors off the ship, get them tested, quarantined if necessary, and he is still looking for better lodging, maybe hotels on Guam. He didn't say how long all this would take.
You can imagine it spreading so quickly because those aircraft carriers, there's just no room. I mean, there's no room to keep 6 feet
exactly
between you
right.
two. The people are on top of each other. That's one crisis situation. Is the military dealing with any other outbreaks of coronavirus in their facilities?
You know, we're not seeing any clusters or aren't any reports of clusters like you're seeing in the Roosevelt, but the military is doing a lot. They've, basically closed their recruiting centers. Everything's online. Large training exercises have been canceled or curtailed. Both the Marines and Navy have temporarily stopped bringing in new recruits, while the Army is still bringing in the new recruits. And the services are trying to make sure there's adequate social distancing during boot camp and basic training, but it's sometimes difficult if you're trying to show someone how to break down a machine gun, let's say.
Right. I want to ask you about something else. In the earlier days of the pandemic, we learned of this outbreak at a U.S. military base in South Korea. Can you remind us what happened there and what the situation is now?
It's really interesting. Clearly, the entire government, the White House, federal agencies were slow to act on this virus. But the commander of U.S. forces in South Korea, General Robert Abe Abrams, he moved pretty quickly shortly after the virus emerged in China. He basically shut down his large base and with some 28,000 soldiers by a variety of measures. And he, did quite a good job of really stopping this. Recently, though, he's seen an increase in his cases at his base in South Korea, and now he's adding more restrictions.
All right, NPR Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman for us this morning. Tom, thanks.
You're welcome, Rachel.
All right, today marks the first of the month.
And for a lot of Americans, that means the rent is due for the first time since the pandemic shut down a lot of the U.S. economy. For millions who've lost income in the past few weeks, paying the rent is not going to be so easy, and some state leaders are encouraging landlords not to evict tenants.
We've got NPR correspondent Chris Arnold with us to talk more. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Rachel.
So homeowners got some relief, right, in the $2 trillion aid package that Congress passed last week. Aren't renters protected in that too?
Well, I mean, got some things, but they're not protected in one very important way. And that is that if you look at homeowners, the vast majority of homeowners who lost income, like let's say this happened to you, Rachel, you could call up your lender and you could say, help, I lost my job. I can't make my mortgage payments. And you would, 75% of the time, people will be able to defer payments, probably higher than that actually, for months. It could be up to a year until your financial hardship's over. And then the payments you miss just get tacked onto the end of the mortgage. So you don't have to come up with some big pile of money to pay back. You just start making your regular payment again. And it's a really great benefit and protection for homeowners. A lot of people are happy about that. But Congress did not give renters any kind of a plan like that to defer their payments. And that's even though renters have far fewer financial resources than homeowners, right? So housing advocates are saying that the government should do more for renters.
What about the expanded unemployment benefits under that aid package? I mean, wouldn't that help renters?
It will, for sure, when it shows up in their pockets. And the problem is we don't really know when that's going to happen. And the system is swamped. I mean, we've just seen record numbers of people filing for unemployment, millions of people. I talked to Nicolina Loschenkol, and she lives in Roanoke, Virginia. She's a single mom. She's got a 2-year-old kid. She worked in a hair salon and it shut down. And she lives in this big apartment complex. And so she told her landlord, she's like, look, I don't have any income. I can't afford to pay my rent and my health insurance for my kid and all my other bills, my car payments, so
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
And I felt actually kind of afraid telling them that, because I felt afraid, like, well, what if they try to evict me, like, just knowing that, I don't think that's something they can legally do, but I felt a bit of anxiety going into that.
But that is exactly the right thing to do. We should say people want to talk to your landlord, ask for help. Some landlords say they are trying to work with tenants and work out repayment plans. In Nicolina's case, she told her landlord, they said, well, you got to pay your April rent anyway. And they were a little flexible. She can pay in 4 installments over the month, but she's still got to pay the full amount for April. So she's just going to start putting stuff on credit cards and running up debt.
So if renters can't pay, though, I mean, the landlords are presumably in trouble too, no?
Yeah, I mean, one trade group I talked to was talking about sort of bigger apartment complexes, and an estimate from one of the owners of those was saying 20 to 50% of residents in some places may not be able to pay. So they want to work with renters. They also want to stay in business. Mom and pop landlords, though, they should try to call their mortgage company because they too, like homeowners, can defer mortgage payments. So if the renters can't pay, they could get a deferment on their mortgage, and then they could pass along that flexibility to the renters.
All right. NPR's Chris Arnold, we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How much farther can Americans go in order to help contain the pandemic?
For the next few weeks, at least parts of a national strategy are clear. Americans are advised to stay home. Many states have made that advice mandatory. Florida's governor acted much later than most, but finally issued a stay-at-home order yesterday. Still, a White House projection of 100,000 dead or more, even with perfect compliance, prompts talk of better guidelines or better testing.
NPR's Allison Aubrey is here to talk through the options. Allison, good morning.
Good morning.
And she's talking to us from home, we should note. Let's
That's
remember,
right.
Allison, the United States fell disastrously behind on testing. What's happening now?
Well, this week, a new 15-minute test is being rolled out. It runs on a device that some doctors already have in their offices to do, say, a quick strep test or flu test. So if this goes smoothly, this could really speed up diagnostic testing. But there's also a different kind of test, an antibody test, and that's to determine who's been exposed or infected. Dr. Deborah Birx played this up during the White House briefing last night. She says she's been in touch with a bunch of universities asking them to develop these tests quickly.
So in a day or two after development, they could screen their entire hospital. I think that would be very reassuring to the healthcare workers who have been on the front line.
And that's because the way this test works is it doesn't always pick up early viral infection, but it can tell if someone has ever had the virus, even if they were maybe asymptomatic. So this is important because if you've already had the virus, as Birx points out, you're likely to have some immunity.
Yeah, and maybe face a little less risk. Do doctors better understand who's most at risk?
Well, so far the CDC has found that 78% of people hospitalized in the ICU with COVID in the U.S. had at least one chronic or underlying condition. Some of these are very common. A third had diabetes, 30% had heart disease, 20% had chronic lung disease, which includes asthma and COPD. So people with these conditions are most at risk, but we should point out this is unpredictable. The CDC has also found in an early snapshot that 20% of patients hospitalized were under the age of 44.
Wow. So the key here is to avoid getting the virus in the first place, no matter who you are. And is there anything that people can do beyond the social distancing advice we've heard about and just washing your hands?
Well, you could cover your face when you go out in public. The CDC says it's reviewing its face mask policy. And that's because a lot of people who get the virus are asymptomatic or have only mild symptoms or pre-symptomatic. So maybe wearing a mask will help stop people from unknowingly spread the virus. The current policy is that only sick people or those caring for a sick person need to wear a mask. But some pretty high-profile folks have challenged this. The former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb has said, if we all wear masks when we go out, it could be beneficial. He points to places where masks are used widely, such as Hong Kong and South Korea. And these places are thought to have done well in controlling the epidemic.
Although, Allison, I've heard so much about a shortage of the proper kind of masks that work. If somebody handed me a mask, I'd want to hand it right off to a medical professional.
That's right. And that's why this is a very difficult question. As you point out, there definitely are shortages. And that's why some people are making their own masks. The president is even suggesting that people wear a scarf over their face. Now, it's not clear how much protection this offers. So when it comes to how to cover your face or making your own mask, Scott Gottlieb says the CDC should provide guidance on the proper way to do this, the best way.
Just so we're clear, no evidence a scarf helps me?
Not a published study to show that, no.
Allison, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Allison Aubrey. Now let's focus on the latest big state that has told residents to stay at home.
Yeah, Florida's governor is telling residents to do exactly that, stay in their homes, except for essential activities. Ron DeSantis held off on that step until yesterday as the state reached a total of 7,000 cases.
NPR's Greg Allen is in Miami. Greg, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Why did Florida's governor wait so long?
Well, for more than a week, Governor DeSantis has been saying, Florida is a very big state, and there are some counties here that still have few, if any, cases in the central and northern part of the state. Most cases are in the south part of Florida. Miami-Dade and Broward counties have the majority of them. And those in other populous counties around the state have imposed stay-at-home orders for some time. DeSantis felt it didn't make sense to order shut down in these rural counties that are far from the population centers.
Although apparently now he thinks it does make sense.
Well, there's been mounting criticism for weeks of his reluctance to issue the order, and it was led by Democrats in Florida who thought the state should follow the lead of states like California and New York, which nearly 2 weeks ago imposed stay-at-home orders, and other states have followed suit. Public health experts also joined in the call. This week, the White House task force cited modeling done by a University of Washington epidemiologist, which showed that deaths and the healthcare crisis will be even worse if Florida doesn't order a lockdown. So then DeSantis says he talked to members of the White House task force and President Trump, and he decided to issue the order. He said he made the decision after President Trump extended for 30 days the White House social distancing guidelines.
I think that's a signal from the president that, look, this is what we're going to be fighting for a month. There's not going to be any kind of return to normalcy. That's not going to happen.
Now, I guess we should note fighting for a month is optimistic at best compared to what other experts are saying. The governor is doing something else or declining to do something involving cruise ships. What's going on?
Well, we have these two cruise ships, the Zaandam and the Rotterdam, that are set to arrive later today. At least 4 people have died on one of the ships, and some 200 people have become sick at some point. Many countries have declined to allow the people to disembark. And so President Trump yesterday encouraged DeSantis to allow the passengers to disembark here. But as DeSantis has said, this is a decision that's not going to be made by him, but by officials in Broward County, working with the CDC, the Coast Guard, and Border and Customs Control. And they're working on an agreement that will allow healthy passengers to disembark and go home. But at the same time, they want assurances that the sick can be treated by the cruise line company and not take up beds in local hospitals. Here's what Governor DeSantis had to say about it yesterday.
My concern is simply that we have worked so hard to make sure we have adequate hospital space in the event of a COVID-19 surge that we wouldn't want those valuable beds to be taken because of the cruise ship.
The company said yesterday that less than 10 people, in its words, need hospitalization. A local hospital has agreed to accept them. DeSantis said yesterday on Fox News that he thought that would work. The ships will be entering Florida waters this afternoon.
NPR's Greg Allen with the latest from Florida. Greg, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
And this next story reminds us how much the world has changed in a few weeks.
Right. Super Tuesday was just a month ago. The presidential campaign seemed like the biggest story of 2020. Some campaigning is still happening in different ways. For Vice President Joe Biden, That means talking to supporters on a new podcast.
We can't hold rallies anymore, but we're not gathering in large public spaces. We're living in a new normal. But I want you to know that I'm with you. I'm on your side, and we're going to get through this together as a country. And
weeks ago, President Trump was still holding campaign rallies.
NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson is reporting on how the campaign has changed. Mara, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, the president is not holding rallies anymore, but he is on TV almost every day.
Yes, he's on TV every day. He's instituted White House briefings that had stopped. It's a lot less noisy to talk to the press inside than out on the South Lawn in front of the helicopters. But, the White House press corps has been clamoring for regular press briefings, and now they have them. And the president has recognized the power of these briefings because people are holed up in their homes in front of the television, desperate for information about the virus. And most of the briefings have been about the virus, but yesterday he started using them as a way to talk about other things, other issues. Yesterday, he talked about cracking down on narco trafficking from Venezuela. It's an issue that's important to many of his voters in Florida, an important battleground state. And look, no president wants to preside over hundreds of thousands of deaths and millions of people unemployed. But for a president whose favorite metric is television ratings, how many eyeballs are watching him, this has been a huge opportunity. And he has boasted that the briefings have gotten Bachelor finale level ratings. It's like Monday Night Football. Yesterday he said, "Did you know I was number one on Facebook?"
Then there's the question of poll ratings.
Yes, he's gotten a bump in a crisis. People want their president to succeed, and we usually see a rally effect. He hasn't gotten as big a bump as the governors and other democratically elected leaders around the world. And right now, it looks like the higher marks that he's getting for handling the crisis are not translating into an equally higher overall job approval rating. He's still in that 43 to 49% range that he's been in since he got 46.1% of the vote in 2016. And we've got a long way to go. The number of deaths is going to rise. The number of people unemployed is going to rise. And, way back in the 1980s, Jimmy Carter also had sky-high approval ratings at the beginning of the hostage crisis.
A bunch of Democratic primaries have been delayed, which has made it impossible for Joe Biden to, for example, wrap up the Democratic nomination. How's that affecting things?
Well, you're right. In a lot of ways, this campaign is frozen, even though if you turn on your TV in a battleground state, you will still see lots of attack ads against both Trump and Biden. But yes, Biden is being deprived of oxygen. He's kind of stuck in his makeshift TV studio in his basement. Most people are interested in hearing from Democratic governors like Andrew Cuomo, who are on the front lines of this pandemic. So it is harder for him to fundraise and unite the party. But there's also an argument that right now, whatever Biden might say doesn't matter that much. This part of the campaign is a referendum on Trump and his leadership in this crisis. It will become a binary choice, but later on in the fall. So the campaign is going to get shrunk into a narrower window of time, and maybe some voters are going to be happy about that.
Mara, thanks for the update. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson.
Are enough Americans following national guidelines to reduce the spread of the coronavirus?
Well, Deborah Birx, a key member of the White House Pandemic Task Force, says no.
We're only as strong as every community, every county, every state, every American following the guidelines to a T. And I can tell by the curve, and as it is today, that not every American is following it. And so this is really a call to action.
Dr. Birx is referring to a national curve of casualties, of people sick, of people dead. It shows the rising number of infections in this country, just as Chinese officials say their curve is flattening.
And that's where we're going to focus the conversation with NPR's Jason Beaubien. Hi, Jason.
Hey, good morning.
So China's government is reporting that the number of COVID-19 cases there is close to zero now. I mean, Is that true? And does that mean things are inching back to normal there?
China's in a precarious situation. They've driven down numbers to close to zero, yet they still have large parts of their population that are susceptible to this virus. The virus is still circulating at a low level. They've got travelers who are showing up and reintroducing the virus. So while China is looking to reopen its economy, and it has started to reopen its economy, it's doing it very cautiously. And there's good reasons for that. I spoke with Kylie Ainsley. She's a researcher and analyst at Imperial College London, and she said that's because they're worried that there could be a second wave of the virus.
A second wave. So there's a fear that another outbreak, after all this, another outbreak could flare up?
Absolutely. It's a reasonable fear, except Ainsley and her colleagues haven't seen that happening yet. They're looking at data on human movement, and they're seeing in areas that had less COVID-19, people are being allowed to move around more freely sooner. And that seems to be the strategy. Chinese officials are slowly dialing back these social restrictions, one area at a time. If a flare-up occurs, it could be easier to catch. And restrictions like school closures are still in place. And then when necessary, they're tightening restrictions. For instance, they're banned foreign nationals from entering the country, like they did last week.
So, what does that mean for the U.S.? Is that what we here could be facing after we get through the worst of this outbreak? Are we still going to have to practice social distancing for an untold number of weeks to avoid a second wave?
Well, the peak of China's outbreak was 6 weeks ago, and we're only now seeing some of the travel restrictions lifted there. And unfortunately, some people are telling me that it looks like it might even be longer here in the U.S. China in this outbreak, benefited from having a strong, some would say, authoritarian government, and they've been able to very aggressively track down people who may have been exposed, put them into quarantine. The U.S., on the other hand, is having outbreaks that are playing out across the country in very different ways and at different times. Potentially, you could have New York getting past this crisis, but then other areas just starting to heat up, and that could lead to a situation where one part of the country is reinfecting another, and that could force health officials to keep these shelter-in-place, these stay-at-home orders even longer. There might need to be strict domestic travel restrictions. And, and that could mean that, all of this might get dragged out even longer than what China was seeing.
So is that what we're looking at? What can help the situation here? Tighter guidelines, more mandated restrictions?
So we haven't even gotten to that suppression phase that China is in. We are still in the controlling it phase. Last night, a White House official told NPR that the Trump administration is preparing to do something else to try to control it. And they're going to recommend that people wear face masks in public if they live in areas with high clusters of cases. Birx made it clear that the masks would not be in place of social distancing, just an added measure. And also, they're ramping up testing. The results that the White House task force is getting back, they show pretty starkly where the problems are. 2 states, New York and New Jersey, are reporting 35% of their tests are coming back positive, which is a really high number. Louisiana is at 26, Michigan, Georgia, and Illinois are at 15. And this gives us a good indication of where the next real hotspots could be.
Okay, you can wear a mask, but you still have to stay 6 feet away from people.
Right.
NPR's Jason Beaubien, thank you.
You're welcome.
The pandemic is opening up a new front in the battle over abortion in this country.
Because officials in some states say abortions are not essential medical procedures, so they have pushed orders to restrict them during the outbreak.
That is designed to conserve supply, devices, ventilators, and to limit the spread of coronavirus. So there's going to be a reduction in all elective procedures. And yes, there will be a reduction in the procedures within abortion facilities.
That's West Virginia's Attorney General Patrick Morrissey in a press briefing yesterday.
NPR national correspondent Sarah McCammon has been following this and joins us on the line. Hi, Sarah.
Good morning.
What states are we talking about? Where is this happening?
So several states have orders in place banning non-essential procedures, and in a handful of states, places like Ohio and Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, Republican governors or attorneys general have tried to apply those to abortion. They're saying abortion's not essential. Now, major medical groups say abortion is time sensitive and delaying the procedure can be harmful to patients. And reproductive rights advocates have taken these states to court. They've been successful so far in Ohio and Alabama, where federal courts have blocked the bans, at least for now. But at least in Texas and Oklahoma, abortion clinics have had to shut down. A federal appeals court allowed that Texas ban to stand earlier this week. And there's a hearing scheduled for later today in Oklahoma. We're also watching West Virginia, where, as we heard, the Attorney General has been saying this week that order to suspend elective procedures will apply to at least some abortions.
If a woman in one of those states needs a surgical abortion, what are her options then?
Well, I've been talking to doctors and providers. I spoke to 2 doctors in Texas and an administrator of a clinic in Oklahoma, and they've been turning hundreds of patients away. And they say that they don't have a lot of answers for them right now. The doctors in Texas said they'd stop performing all types of abortion, both surgical and medication-induced. So abortion just isn't available in Texas right now. I also spoke to a woman named Megan, we're just using her first name to protect her privacy, who was turned away from a clinic in Oklahoma City this week.
And immediately I just broke down because what am I going to do? I just lost my job because of the coronavirus. Like, I already have a 10-month-old daughter. I don't know what I'm going to do, you know?
She was able to get an appointment and make a last-minute trip to Kansas, about a 5-hour round trip. But doctors tell me many patients can't make those trips. A doctor in Houston said he's concerned because some patients are asking about dangerous home remedies because they feel so desperate.
I mean, could these bans be in effect indefinitely, or is there an effort to overturn them?
Well, it's impossible to say how long they'll be in effect. Some of these overarching orders suspending non-essential procedures do have expiration dates, but as the pandemic continues, we could see those expanded. And again, some states are applying that to abortion. A lot hinges on what happens in federal courts, and this is an issue that could ultimately end up before the U.S. Supreme Court. But for now, some patients cannot get abortions in some states.
Without crossing into another state, presumably. NPR's Sarah McCammon, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mike Bloomberg's presidential campaign was historically short and historically expensive.
Yeah, he spent close to $1 billion on his campaign and put nearly 2,000 employees on the payroll. Those staffers say they were promised their jobs through November, even if Bloomberg's campaign ended far before that, as in fact it did. Now, hundreds of his former field organizers are out of work, and some are suing the campaign.
NPR's Juana Summers has had exclusive conversations with some of those staffers, and she joins us this morning. Hi, Juana.
Hey there.
Who have you been talking to, and what have they told you?
Sure, I've spoken with a number of Mike Bloomberg's former field organizers across the country, and the former workers I talked with told me when they were hired by Bloomberg's campaign, they were offered more money than anyone else, great benefits, and that he also offered them something else, a job through the general election, even if he was not the party's nominee. One of those staffers was Amal Jethwani, who worked for Bloomberg's campaign in Miami-Dade County in Florida, and part of his job was to interview other potential staffers who wanted to join the campaign.
And as part of our hiring guidelines was to utilize the line that employment is guaranteed through November, location is not.
But staffers were let go in 2 waves of layoffs over the month of March. They were told that they could apply for jobs with the Democratic National Committee in a number of battleground states. Bloomberg, of course, donated $18 million to that battleground effort, but they weren't guaranteed. They still had to go through a competitive hiring process that's still ongoing.
So is Mike Bloomberg saying anything about this? I mean, what's his defense?
Yeah, so late last night, we got a statement from Bloomberg's campaign manager, Kevin Sheekey. He tells NPR that the campaign reached out to every organizing staffer in 6 battleground states as well as others, and that they asked them to consider working for the DNC. He says that hundreds of former Bloomberg staffers have already been contacted, already in that hiring pipeline to join the DNC's efforts, and Sheekey insists that that would not have happened without the campaign's massive donation to the party. He also pointed out a couple of other things. He says that staff worked about 39 days on average. They were given several weeks of severance, health care through March. The campaign has also established a fund to cover the costs of COBRA for the month of April for health care, something Sheekey says no other campaign has done. And the hope here from the campaign is that in time, many of those staffers will be swept up, hired by the DNC, so the gap in employment that they'll see hopefully will be minimal.
Right, but a hope isn't the same as a guarantee. Do the people behind the lawsuit have a chance here at winning the suit?
Yeah, Rachel, that's exactly what they point out. There isn't a guarantee. So I called a labor lawyer about this legal action that many of the staffers are pursuing. And he made the point to me eventually that this is an uphill battle for a lot of those folks. He says he sees a lot of these cases, and oftentimes when you're getting a new job, your boss tells you something that sounds really good. Employees are hesitant to tell their boss to write that down on paper, to put that in a contract in writing. That gets employees in trouble. But Matthew Jeweler worked for the Bloomberg campaign in Colorado and says that's not the point.
The man spent $500 million on ads alone in a 4-month period. He could spend 10% of that and give every single one of his field staff their entire salary for the remainder of the year.
So regardless to how these legal challenges turn out, these staffers are still out of work during a global pandemic, making it hard to get another job. And they feel like they've put their reputation on a line, told job candidates they had guaranteed work, just as they were told by the people they hired them, and they don't have it.
NPR's Juana Summers, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
The number of deaths from COVID-19 and the number of cases of the virus in this country are still going up.
But the White House is telling us that there may be some hope here. At the coronavirus task force briefing late yesterday, Vice President Mike Pence said this.
I want to say to the American people that we are beginning to see the glimmers
of progress. The experts will tell me not to jump to any conclusions, and I'm not. But like your president, I'm an optimistic person, and I'm hopeful.
NPR science correspondent Nell Greenfield-Boyce is on the line. Good morning, Nell.
Good morning.
So what is the progress that Mike Pence is talking about there?
So in the glimmers of hope category, I would put slightly lower hospitalizations and deaths reported in New York. You know, it's just one data point. You'd want to see more to see a trend, but it is something. Then White House Task Force member Deborah Birx said that in Italy and Spain, things were looking better after 4 weeks of very strong social distancing there. And then in Washington state, here in the United States, Washington is sending back about 400 ventilators back to the national stockpile. So all of those are sort of tentative good signs. But again, there are developing hotspots that people are still worried about. So those include Louisiana, Michigan, Illinois. And in the United States so far, there have been over 300,000 cases and over 9,000 deaths. We know that some deaths are just not being recorded as well. If people weren't tested, they might not be officially counted as dying from the virus.
Okay, so we don't know a real death toll is one of the problems. Nell, the number that we had seen that had a lot of people worried is 100,000 to 240,000 deaths in this country in total because of the virus. Now, those numbers were based on scientific modeling. Are the models now saying anything different, anything more positive?
Well, last night at a briefing, Dr. Birx said that the numbers were still coming in around 100,000. But new numbers put out by an influential modeling group at the University of Washington suggest it could be lower, in fact, maybe much lower. They said that there had been this massive infusion of new data, and their predictions now say there's going to be less need than they had thought for hospital beds, ICUs, ventilators. And those new predictions also put the number of deaths lower. So, 50,000 to 136,000. Now, that's still a huge number.
Yeah.
But it's about half of what they were predicting before. So it's, again, another potentially positive sign. That said, models are constantly being adjusted and changed. They're only as good as the data that goes into them. And as we know, there's still problems with testing in the United States. In a lot of places, it's really only the very sick people who are being tested. So we don't have a full idea of scope of the epidemic.
And for this week, we should expect a rise in the number of cases, right?
Yeah, we should expect to see a lot of coronavirus deaths, and supplies will continue to be a concern. So, the main ones are those N95 masks and ventilators. But as you hear a lot about ventilators, just remember that ventilators they're a last resort kind of treatment. Most people who get put on ventilators don't survive. So take social distancing very seriously. It's still needed here.
In the briefing yesterday, President Trump again said this anti-malaria drug should be used to treat coronavirus. Now, every time he says that, some medical experts seem upset that he's saying it. What information is President Trump working from?
Well, I think there are anecdotal reports that it could be positive, but they haven't been rigorously tested, and there's no medicine proven to fight this virus.
Okay. NPR's Nell Greenfield-Boyce. Thanks, Nell.
Thank you.
Okay, in New York State, which is the epicenter of the virus right now, the number of COVID-19 deaths fell on Sunday.
That's right. So yesterday, the state counted 594 new deaths. That was down from Saturday. But as Nell just told us, that's one day. It is not a trend yet. And Governor Cuomo said he expects the state's hospital system to reach a breaking point in the coming days.
Elizabeth Kim is with us now. She's an editor and reporter with WNYC and Gothamist in New York City. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning.
So what's the latest? What's happening in New York right now?
So as of Sunday, more than 4,000 people in the state have died from coronavirus, but the daily numbers have just been staggering. From Friday to Saturday, a total of 630 people died from this disease. But the scary thing is, we've not even reached the peak yet.
But there are models, right, that suggest we might have some idea of when New York will reach the peak. What are they saying?
So basically, the governor has said that is very much the big question, is when are we going to reach the peak? The models they've been using have predicted a very broad range of estimates on this, anywhere from just several days from now to as long as 3 weeks.
Wow.
But the governor did say that the drop in the one-day death toll could be an indication that the state has hit a plateau with cases. But like you said, it's just one day's worth of data, and it's still too soon to tell, which is why the governor is still scrambling to get as many ventilators, supplies, and medical personnel as he can. What the state has now clearly isn't enough, and with the cases piling up very quickly, it's difficult for them to keep up with the demand for supplies and equipment.
We're literally going day to day with our supplies, with our staff, etc., which is counterintuitive and counter-operational for the entire healthcare system.
That was Governor Andrew Cuomo, we should say. So how is he planning to get more equipment and more medical personnel?
So over the weekend, the state received some very good news in the form of 1,000 ventilators that they were able to secure from China with the help of this Chinese e-commerce giant called Alibaba. And then on top of that, Oregon donated 140 ventilators to the state. The governor has also said that he would issue an executive order to seize the unused ventilators in the state. Many of them are in upstate hospitals, which haven't seen as severe an outbreak as the downstate region. And finally, he's also done what other governors have done. He's pleaded with the federal government to send more ventilators, more protective equipment, more staffing. And then he's also started to reiterate this idea posed by the mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, that the federal government should think about drafting healthcare workers to help states facing the highest number of coronavirus patients. Basically, a kind of national deployment of doctors, nurses, and other types of medical workers.
That would be an interesting development. Elizabeth Kim of WNYC and Gothamist in New York. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so Governor Cuomo, of course, has been criticizing the federal government for not helping New York State enough.
That's right. It's not just him, Noelle. I mean, other governors say that the federal government is not helping their states get medical supplies like ventilators. This is Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker speaking on CNN yesterday.
Well, the president does not understand the word federal. Federal Emergency Management Agency. We have a state emergency management agency, but if he were right, why would we ever need a federal emergency management agency?
Now, at a coronavirus briefing later in the day at the White House, President Trump said Governor Pritzker, quote, had not performed well.
NPR's national political correspondent Mara Liasson is with us. Good morning, Mara.
Good morning.
So what has been happening, this dynamic between state governors and the president?
There is a real disconnect between the narrative that the president delivers from the briefing room, that states are getting everything they need from the federal government, that some states are asking for more than they need from the federal government, some governors are not appreciative enough of what they're getting. And then, as you just heard, governors, Republicans and Democrats, saying that there is not a good enough federal coordinating effort to make sure that states can purchase and obtain the medical equipment they need. Yesterday at the briefing, the president only criticized one governor by name, and that was Pritzker, clearly reacting to his comments on that Sunday show. He said, "I hear him complaining."
A few minutes ago, we heard that tape of Mike Pence talking about glimmers of hope. Now, Nell explained the science behind that. Is President Trump saying the same thing, that there's hope?
Yes. The White House is delivering a two-track message. On the one hand, they're bracing the country for a very bad week. The Surgeon General said this week is going to be our Pearl Harbor, our 9/11. But then you hear them saying there are glimmers of hope. There's, quote, light at the end of the tunnel. Dr. Fauci explained why that's actually not contradictory, because there's a lag between a new case and death numbers. So right now you could see the number of deaths spiking up, but if the number of new cases is lower each day, if the number of deaths is lower each day than the day before, that's a sign that the pandemic could be peaking. Administration officials say that's what they seem to be seeing in Spain and Italy. It's always darkest just before dawn.
Yeah.
So they're trying to tell the American people, don't give up on social distancing, but don't despair.
Now, when we think about how quickly all of this has happened, one thing that is notable is that there is supposed to be a primary in the state of Wisconsin tomorrow. Now, this was, of course, scheduled before the pandemic, but it has turned into a fight over how people in Wisconsin should be allowed to vote, right?
Right. It's a primary, but it's also a bunch of local elections. The Democratic governor of Wisconsin wanted to delay the primary, as other governors, including Republicans, have done. But in Wisconsin, that would take an act of the legislature. Republicans control the Wisconsin legislature, and they didn't want that to happen. So this is a huge battle. It's not just in Wisconsin. It's also on the federal level. Democrats wanted more money in the aid bill to help states set up vote by mail. But Republicans are against voting by mail. They feel anything that increases overall turnout is something that would help Democrats and hurt them, because there are more potential Democratic voters out there than Republicans. Even the president said if you agreed to what the Democrats want on ballot access, you'd, quote, never have a Republican elected in the country again.
NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson. Mara, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Across the United States, more than 20 states have postponed presidential primaries and other elections because of COVID-19.
Yes, but not Wisconsin. Today, the state will hold a Democratic presidential primary, and people will vote in person in spite of protests and lawsuits.
And let's talk about this with reporter Laurel White from Wisconsin Public Radio. Laurel, good morning.
Good morning.
So, wow, this has been crazy to follow. This election was on again, then off again. Walk us through exactly where we stand and what's going to happen today.
So we are moving forward with our election today. Polls are set to open at 7 a.m. our time. It's been very tumultuous. There's been a lot of controversy about how our election should move forward ever since the pandemic started, whether it should be changed, whether it should be delayed. The governor said all along he didn't believe he had the power to delay the election himself. We have a Democratic governor, Tony Evers. He said that would take an act by the state legislature, because our election date is actually written into state law. But the Republicans that control the state legislature haven't been very keen to delay the election. He called them into a special session over the weekend. They gavelled that in and gavelled that out in less than 30 seconds without having any debate, taking any votes. Not long after that, the governor decided to take matters into his own hands, tried to issue an executive order to delay the election until June. That held for about 5 hours yesterday, and then the state Supreme Court stepped in by the request of the Republican legislature and blocked the governor's order. So we're back to where we started, the election moving forward.
Which is amazing. I mean, voters, election workers facing the prospect of having to show up at polling places when we're talking so much about social distancing. I mean, how are people reacting to this?
You know, I've been talking to folks for several days now, and I think the primary emotions are fear and anger. I've talked to so many poll workers who are just incredibly concerned about going and doing their jobs today. They're worried about their own safety, the safety of their family, their communities. And that's actually led to a really critical shortage of state poll workers all across Wisconsin. The National Guard has actually stepped up to fill some of those vacancies because so many poll workers have bowed out of their jobs in recent days. I think for voters, there's been some confusion. Obviously, this back and forth has been very confusing. There's frustration. We are conducting a lot of the election through absentee ballots. There have been more than 1 million absentee mail-in ballots requested in the state already, but a number of those folks haven't received their ballot in the mail yet. There was a real backlog. Clerks were trying to contend with that. That's led to some problems. And so some folks are in the position today of having to weigh, they haven't received their ballot yet. Are they going to go ahead and step out? Are they going to leave their homes and risk going to the polls?
No, to carry out a democratic duty, duty in democracy, having to choose between that and your health. Can I just ask, have Republicans who were against delaying this responded to these kinds of concerns? Like, what's their argument here?
Well, our Republican Assembly Speaker is actually working the polls today. He says that he feels safe because of some measures that poll workers have taken, the safety supplies that have been put in place. Some clerks have actually built plexiglass shields for poll workers. So they say that democracy just needs to continue, and votes have happened during tumultuous times before, and they should happen now.
All right. Laurel White with Wisconsin Public Radio talking about that primary that's going to go forward, it seems, today. Laurel, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has now been moved to the intensive care unit at a hospital in London.
Right. So you might remember that Johnson announced he'd tested positive for COVID-19 back on March 27th. And at the time, he said he'd be fine, he'd work from home. And then over this past weekend, he was admitted to the hospital.
Well, let's go to London now, and NPR's Frank Langfitt, who is with us. Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning, David.
So how's the Prime Minister doing?
Well, what happened, just like Noel was saying, is that he actually had been working from home, and then he went into a quick decline on Sunday, went into the hospital. He literally went across the River Thames to St. Thomas's Hospital. It's very close to number 10 Downing Street. And yesterday he ended up in the ICU as what they said was a precaution. Now, this morning, Michael Gove, he runs the UK's Cabinet Office. He was on LBC Talk Radio here in London giving a little bit of an update.
He's not on a ventilator, no. The Prime Minister has received some oxygen support, and he's kept under, of course, close supervision.
Now, most COVID-19 patients here in the UK so far have ended up on a ventilator pretty soon after they go into ICU. Number 10 Downing Street, though, isn't giving any other details for the most part. And Johnson, as you guys were mentioning, he's by nature this very upbeat, confident kind of national cheerleader. He is inclined to minimize challenges. And even after he was admitted to the hospital yesterday, he tweeted that he was in good spirits and, had this sort of rallying cry, we're going to fight this virus and keep everybody safe. So it is a little hard to tell exactly what his situation is right now. And that's probably the biggest thing on the minds of the people here in the United Kingdom.
I mean, for most people in the ICU, that is a place to heal when you're in very serious condition and not be working much, even though, as you said, he's been tweeting. I mean, but how is the UK government functioning right now?
Well, Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab, he's taking over some duties and is working with the cabinet to kind of guide the government and I think execute what the prime minister wants to do. This is how Raab put it yesterday in a press conference, and this was even before Johnson went into the ICU.
So in light of those circumstances, the Prime Minister asked me as First Secretary to deputise for him where necessary in driving forward the government's plans to defeat coronavirus.
But I gotta say, David, this is still pretty unclear of exactly who's doing what and raises a basic political question is how can you run aspects of the government in the midst of this incredible crisis from an ICU bed? Reporters actually pressed the government on this at yesterday's press conference, but they didn't get clear answers.
Well, obviously, the government's big duty right now is combating this virus. What is the government strategy and what is the latest there?
Well, the government has really fallen behind on this. Initially, Johnson, as you would remember, downplayed it.
Yeah.
And he thought the disease might infect the majority of the population. And there was even some talk about this concept of herd immunity, allowing it to pass through the population and even, isolate the elderly and the weak. But when it became clear that there could be a very high body count, there was a shift to a soft lockdown. The problem is the government hasn't really developed testing capacity. So, for instance, right now, David, maybe 250,000 people have been tested out of a population of more than 66 million.
All right, NPR's Frank Langfitt reporting in London. Thanks so much, Frank.
You're very welcome, David.
All right, let's turn to another country that is confronting the coronavirus. Japan is declaring a state of emergency in and around its two largest cities due to this outbreak.
That's right. So at the moment, only about 4,000 people in Japan have the virus, but that number is going up. But the Japanese government has been careful to say that this is not a lockdown and that the country will still function.
And NPR's Anthony Kuhn is following all of this from Seoul. Hi, Anthony.
Hi there, David.
So explain exactly what this emergency declaration in Japan means.
Right. It covers Tokyo and Osaka and 5 surrounding prefectures. It's expected to last about 1 month. What it does is it gives prefectural governments, which is sort of like our state governors, the power to request residents to stay at home and businesses to shut down, but it doesn't specify any punishments if they don't. So Tokyo and other prefectures have already made these requests, and they seem to have worked pretty well. Citizens have complied. Traffic has been down. So you could argue that the government doesn't get many new or extra powers from the emergency, and they may not need them anyway.
I mean, this is one of the questions that's come up here in the United States. When these orders are made, are they enforceable? Are they largely symbolic? It sounds like this is more of a request than an official order.
That's correct. The main effect of a symbolic move would be just to make people take it more seriously.
Well, what does this tell us about the extent of the spread of the virus right now in Japan and how the government sort of more broadly is responding?
Well, Japan has delayed the explosive growth of case numbers so far, but also they haven't tested a lot. But now daily new case numbers in Tokyo have reached around 100, and experts warning that some city hospitals are already full up and they may soon be overwhelmed. Critics are saying this emergency should have been declared a couple of weeks ago. But actually, if you look at other countries' experiences, other countries like where I am here in South Korea have also had to sort of shift strategies. They started out focusing on testing and then isolating infected patients. But then when numbers exploded, they had to move to mitigating the impact of the spread and beefing up hospitals and doing social distancing.
What are you hearing from Japan in terms of how people are reacting to what the government is telling people to do right now?
Well, people want a strong response. The main thing on people's mind is they want protection from this virus. At the same time, there's a couple of background items that we ought to bring up. And those are about the government taking on emergency powers. There's a historical wariness left over from World War II about giving the government more emergency powers. And people are concerned. Abe will say, look, we can only request people to stay at home. We need more powers. And Abe did indeed tell Parliament that it should consider giving the government more emergency powers.
All right. In this global pandemic, we find out how one country, Japan, is dealing with this outbreak of the coronavirus. NPR's Anthony Kuhn reporting for us. Anthony, thanks a lot.
You're welcome, David.
Some early data suggests that Black Americans are dying from COVID-19 at higher rates than other groups.
Yeah, that's right. These concerns over this disparity were highlighted in a White House briefing yesterday. Here is White House Coronavirus Response Coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx speaking yesterday.
We don't want to give the impression that the African American community is more susceptible to the virus. We don't have any data that suggests that. What our data suggest is they're more susceptible to more difficult and severe disease and poorer outcomes.
NPR science correspondent Nell Greenfield-Boyce has been looking into what's going on here. Good morning, Nell.
Good morning.
How is this virus affecting Black communities here in the U.S.?
Well, we don't have all the data we'd like to have. So at the national level, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention hasn't been breaking things down in terms of race, when you look at who tests positive or who's hospitalized or who dies. In New York City, also where there's a lot of infections, officials have promised to release data on race within days, but we don't have that yet. What we can say, though, is there are some states that are giving out information that's concerning. So, for example, in Louisiana, there have been more than 500 deaths so far, and the majority of them are African Americans. The governor of Louisiana has said that 70% of the people who died are Black, while only 32% of the state's population is Black. And then in Michigan, 33% of the cases are African American and 40% of the deaths, and that's in a state where Blacks make up only 14% of the population. And then we have Chicago, where about 68% of the city's deaths have been African Americans, while they only make up about 30% of the city's population.
All right, so you're saying we don't have all of the numbers, but the numbers that we do have are pretty troubling. Why would one racial group be more affected by COVID-19?
So the members of the coronavirus task force say it probably comes down to medical conditions that disproportionately affect African Americans. We know that there are medical conditions that lead to bad outcomes when people get this virus. Here's how Anthony Fauci put it last night.
When they do get infected, their underlying medical conditions, the diabetes, the hypertension, the asthma, those are the kind of things that wind them up in the ICU and ultimately give them a higher death rate.
Studies have shown that there are real unfair differences related to health in this country. I mean, people of color are less likely to have access to quality health care when they get sick. They're less likely to get routine preventive care. And there's a lot of social and economic things that go into that. Dr. Fauci said it kind of reminded him a bit of HIV, which he spent his career working on. It hit the gay community and brought attention to discrimination against gay people. He said coronavirus is shining a light on the inequality in health right now for African Americans.
So now that the light is being shown, did the task force say the federal government's going to do anything about this?
One thing they promised was better information on this very quickly. President Trump said they'd probably have statistics at the national level in the next few days. For example, they would be looking at Medicare data to see if coronavirus infections were related to race and pre-existing conditions. But Dr. Fauci said these underlying disparities need to be fixed.
So when all this is over, and as we've said, it will end, we will get over coronavirus, but there will still be health disparities, which we really do need to address in the African American community.
So the roots of those disparities are deep, and, it probably will take some time, but they are, he said, unacceptable.
NPR's Nell Greenfield-Boyce. Thanks, Nell.
Thank you.
The USNS Comfort, a Navy hospital ship, arrived in New York last Monday.
That's right. You've got about 1,000 hospital beds on the ship, and the ship was supposed to ease the pressure on New York City's hospitals by taking on patients with conditions other than COVID-19. The problem here was it just didn't end up with many patients on board because of these strict admission guidelines, and also because there just weren't that many people being hospitalized for things other than this virus. And so President Trump has now changed the ship's mission, announcing on Monday that it would accept COVID-19 patients.
NPR Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman has been following this one. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning.
So the ship's mission has changed. Where do things stand now?
Well, as far as we know, this all came from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who spoke with President Trump about getting COVID-positive patients aboard the Comfort. Now, initially, as you say, the Pentagon said the ship would only be used for non-COVID to get the overflow from hospitals of patients not testing positive. Cuomo says between the military field hospital set up at the Javits Center in the Comfort, there'll be some 3,000 beds. Before this, both the Comfort and the emergency hospital, the Javits Center, have been largely empty. Comfort currently has 41 patients, 5 of whom have tested positive for COVID. Javits has 60 patients, all with COVID now. And I should add, Noel, the Comfort has a sister ship at the Port of Los Angeles. That ship, the Mercy, also has 1,000 beds. There are currently some 11 patients on board. It too could take on COVID patients, but there are no immediate plans to do so at this point.
Tom, how are people getting from the hospital onto the ship? That sounds like a process.
It is, and U.S. military officials point out that New York patients must give consent before being transferred to the hospital ship or the Javits Center. Officials say they're putting together a pamphlet for hospitals explaining all this and to know what to expect. So it's not clear how many patients would want to make the move. So that could be a hurdle if people simply just don't want to go.
Oh, that's very interesting. Tom, this is a Navy ship, and this is all happening as the Navy is dealing with a fiasco over some firings and some resignations. Explain what's going on there.
Right. This has been going on for the past week. The acting Navy Secretary Thomas Modly resigned yesterday. Officials say he was not forced, and this all began with an outbreak of coronavirus aboard the carrier USS Theodore Roosevelt. Modly abruptly relieved the captain, who said the Navy wasn't doing enough to help the ship, and the captain sent an angry email letter about all that to more than 20 people, some outside the chain of command. Modly then flew out to Guam and told the crew that Captain Brett Crozier was either stupid or naive to send the letter so widely. At first, Modly stood by his comments, and then the next day apologized, then resigned. And Modly will be replaced by Jim McPherson, a former vice admiral and current undersecretary of the Army.
Just quickly, how is the crew of that ship doing?
Well, they're still being tested. More than 3/4 of the ship has been tested. About 200 tested positive, but so far for the virus, no one has been hospitalized.
Okay, that's some good news. Tom Bowman, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, in Wuhan, China, where the virus first emerged, people lived under lockdown for 76 days.
That's right. The city was sealed off in late January to try and contain this outbreak. But starting today, the 11 million residents of Wuhan are finally able to leave. China says it has this outbreak under control.
NPR's Emily Fang is in Wuhan. She's with us now. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning.
What is it like there?
There is a sense of celebration in the air, and
I felt it too. I mean, I'm excited to see people leave. It's my first time here in the city since the outbreak, and it's been really heartening to see some life return to streets after covering this story for so long. But for a lot of people who were here in the city for the duration of the outbreak, today was a really bittersweet moment. They'd spent more than 2 months enduring fear of getting sick themselves or passing it on to other people, and they just didn't know what the future might hold. NPR spoke to one woman, Bai Xue, who was at the Wuhan airport today. They just started running a limited number of flights. She was so excited to leave. She arrived at midnight when the airport reopened, even though her flight's at 3 p.m. today.
Wow.
She had come to Wuhan for a vacation and then found herself stuck in this nightmare.
反正挺紧张的，然后也挺高兴的。说实话，就是一直哭。我这2天
She's saying, I can't wait to get home. I've been crying a lot in the last few days, but I can't tell if they're tears of joy. She feels like she's escaping this purgatory, and she's seen so much suffering, and she's just glad to have made it through. Other people we spoke to had been separated for weeks from other family members in neighboring cities, and many were returning to work because they had lost months of pay during the outbreak.
Okay, so that's what's happening in Wuhan, but there are still quarantine measures in other parts of China. This is a huge country. Will they be lifted also?
No, and even in Wuhan, lockdown measures are still in place, so they can leave the city, but it's still very hard to leave people's residential compounds. So the streets today were actually pretty quiet, except around transport hubs, because people are still being told, do not leave your homes unless it's for an urgent matter. If you do leave your home, you have to scan this government-sanctioned app that traces whether you've been in contact with a sick person or traveled to a high-risk area recently, and many compounds still limit their residents to leaving for only 2 hours at a time. Residents here told us this lockdown is a sign of hope, but it's not the end. It's just the beginning of a long recovery process that'll include bouncing back from an economic slowdown and also recovering from this emotional toll of living under a lockdown for more than 2 months.
You know, Emily, U.S. officials have said that they think China is undercounting the number of cases. Is there worry about a second wave of infections?
There is, and that's because of something called asymptomatic cases, people who carry the virus but are not showing symptoms. Most people who left Wuhan today did not have to get tested for the virus. They may when they reach their destination, but a state official earlier this month said there could be 10 to 20,000 such asymptomatic cases in Wuhan alone. That means there are likely people traveling today in China with the virus in their body.
Okay, a lot of this is still wait and see. Emily Feng in Wuhan, China this morning. Thanks, Emily.
Thanks, Noelle.
So if you have been exposed to the coronavirus, when can you safely go back to work?
Companies have really been struggling to give their employees who work essential jobs an answer to that question. Now, as part of the government's effort to reopen the country, the CDC is offering some guidelines that might help.
And let's talk about them with NPR science correspondent Nell Greenfield-Boyce, who is with us. Hi there, Nell.
Good morning.
Do me a favor, if you can, just walk us through exactly what these new guidelines are.
Well, before, if these essential workers were in contact with someone who tested positive for the coronavirus or who was suspected to be infected, the CDC was advising people to stay at home for 14 days. So as you can imagine, as the numbers of infected people are going up, that has the potential to put a real strain on certain critical jobs. And so now the CDC's come out with this new guidance that says people in these jobs who've been potentially exposed can still go to work as long as they're not showing any symptoms and they do the following things. So they have to take their temperature to check for fever. They have to wear a mask at work for 2 weeks. They got to social distance at work. So don't gather in lunchrooms with their colleagues or anything. They can't share headsets or things that, touch your face, that kind of equipment. And they have to go home immediately if there's any sign of illness.
Okay, we should be really careful to stress here, we're not talking about these guidelines applying to everyone. This is just to people in certain jobs.
That's right. So these are the so-called critical, essential workers, not healthcare workers, but people who are working in sort of state, local law enforcement, 911 call center employees, janitorial staff, workers in food and agriculture, some IT, information technology workers, transportation, energy workers, government workers. So it actually adds up to a lot of people, as you can imagine.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And probably good news for employers who want to get people into these important positions and back to work. But what is the CDC saying about how employers should keep the workplace safe? I mean, as people are coming back?
Right. So they basically say that employers have to be really diligent about disinfecting and cleaning the workspaces, sort of offices, bathrooms, common areas, like wipe everything down, sanitize it routinely. They need to take employees' temperature before these people enter the workplace. And they said they should also work with facility maintenance staff to increase air exchanges in rooms. So basically, increase the ventilation in buildings.
So, I mean, this new guidance coming out would suggest that it's a good sign that we might be getting through all this at some point soon. Although Vice President Mike Pence, I mean, he still sounded pretty somber yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, he noted that so far more than 14,000 Americans have already died from this virus and that there's more tough days ahead.
This is one American at a time. It's one heartbreak at a time. Having lost loved ones in my life, just like everyone here and everyone looking on, we want to work every day to make that number of losses the lowest possible. And it will take all of us to do it.
So he said there are signs that social distancing are having some effect, and we need to keep it up to protect the most vulnerable. But at the same time, they're still closely monitoring cities dealing with outbreaks, including Detroit, Chicago, Boston. And the vice president mentioned that the Philadelphia area is emerging as a concern.
All right, so lots to keep watching, obviously. NPR's Nell Greenfield, boys, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, so Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders ended his presidential campaign yesterday.
I wish I could give you better news, but I think you know the truth. And that is that we are now some 300 delegates behind Vice President Biden, and the path toward victory is virtually impossible.
And so Biden will almost certainly be the Democratic Party's nominee.
Let's bring in NPR's Scott Detrow, who has covered Bernie Sanders' campaign. Hi there, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
So Sanders had stayed in the race after even a series of pretty big losses. We don't know the results from this week's Wisconsin primary, but can you explain why now, this moment?
Yeah, throughout March, Joe Biden just built this insurmountable delegate lead. And through all of that, Bernie Sanders kept pushing, even as he mostly started focusing on the coronavirus and what should be done in these federal response bills in almost every single one of his online events and interviews. Sanders talked about this when he announced this yesterday. He said he knows a lot of his supporters wanted him to keep going. He says he understands that feeling, but he said ultimately he realizes the country is in a big crisis right now. He says President Trump just isn't capable of leading, and he needs to be defeated.
I cannot, in good conscience, continue to mount a campaign that cannot win and which would interfere with the important work required of all of us in this difficult hour.
You know, Scott, I just think about February. It seems like forever ago, but it really wasn't.
Ago, yes.
Exactly. I mean, that was the time when Bernie Sanders was totally on a roll. I mean, tied in Iowa, won New Hampshire, dominating in Nevada. What went wrong here?
He was absolutely the front runner at that point. His rallies had turned into rock concerts. Thousands of people were showing up. And more importantly, he was the one defining the issues in the race, even for candidates who disagreed with him. Just remember all of the debates last year. Sanders had Medicare for all, but a candidate like Pete Buttigieg, who opposed that, named his plan Medicare for all who want it. But here's what happened. When Sanders got on a roll, moderate Democrats got worried. And after Joe Biden won South Carolina, we saw that very fast consolidation, candidates dropping out of the race, coalescing around Biden. Sanders had about 30% of the Democratic electorate all along. That was enough to win in a crowded field, but he wasn't expanding his base beyond 2016. He was getting less of a share, actually, as the race got on. And in a two-person race, Bernie Sanders' base just was not enough, and Joe Biden got all of those wins from Super Tuesday on.
Well, let's look forward here. I mean, Bernie Sanders says he is going to support Joe Biden, but I mean, he has passionate supporters who believe so much in this movement. Are they going to get behind Joe Biden now?
That is a huge question, and a lot of Democrats think it'll be a key question in whether or not Biden can beat Donald Trump. Sanders had some really harsh critiques of Biden's voting record throughout the primary, and there's a significant chunk of his most enthusiastic supporters who are wary of moderates, establishment politicians. Joe Biden is both of those things. So here's two key factors. How much does Bernie Sanders go out and campaign for Joe Biden himself? And how much does Biden work to woo progressives on either policy or his vice presidential pick? One interesting thing Sanders said yesterday, he's going to stay on the ballot in remaining primaries to get more delegates so he can bring them to the convention and try to influence the party platform.
All right, NPR political correspondent Scott Detrow talking to us about the Sanders campaign. Bernie Sanders dropping out yesterday. Thanks so much, Scott.
Anytime.
All right, oil prices are at their lowest point in nearly 2 decades.
That's right. And there are two big reasons for that. One is the pandemic. People aren't driving as much. They're not flying as much. Businesses are closed. Demand for oil is just way down. Now, at the same time, though, Saudi Arabia and Russia are in the middle of a price war. So today, the group of oil-producing countries, OPEC, is going to hold an emergency meeting about this.
All right, Jackie Northam is here. She is NPR's international affairs correspondent to talk about this. Hi, Jackie.
Good morning, David.
Can you remind us what started this whole price war between the Russians and Saudis?
Oh, sure. It's been going on since early March when Russia and Saudi Arabia became locked in a dispute over production levels. And since then, Saudi Arabia in particular has been pumping an historic amount of crude onto the market. Now, at about the same time, the demand for oil worldwide plummeted because of the coronavirus. And as Noel was saying, there's fewer drivers and flights and industries are going quiet. So now we're seeing a glut of oil on the market, and that's driving prices downward. It's hurting oil-producing countries, including the U.S. and its shale oil industry. So the meeting today is a step to try and reverse this situation.
Well, you mentioned the U.S. I'm curious about the U.S. role here. I mean, you have President Trump, who has been tweeting about this, is following it. He has long made these disparaging remarks about OPEC, but the U.S. is not part of the group and may kind of need OPEC right now. Okay. I mean, does Trump have any ability to affect all this?
Yeah, well, you're right. He certainly is no fan of OPEC. An analyst I spoke with said the U.S., President Trump, will be at this meeting in spirit, meaning that the president has been trying to broker a deal with Russia and Saudi Arabia. And remember, he considers the Saudis allies. Actually, the analyst described it more as a divorce mediation. The point being that is if this rift between the two countries can be patched up, that could at least curb this oil flooding onto the market. Now, Trump feels he has a special relationship with both Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now, whether he can leverage those relationships, really, it remains to be seen.
Okay, so heading into this meeting, what are the expectations for some kind of agreement?
It's hard to say. You know, all oil exporters are really staring at the same harsh reality. If the overproduction of oil doesn't slow down, the world will likely run out of storage for oil in May, and at which point prices will really drop. President Trump has a couple cards up his sleeve, and he's threatened sanctions against Saudi and Russian oil if they don't come to an agreement. And a large group of House Republicans last week sent a letter to Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince warning that the U.S. economic and military assistance to the kingdom could be in jeopardy if Saudi Arabia doesn't help stabilize oil prices. But again, David, the real problem is the lack of demand for oil, and that won't change until the coronavirus crisis is over.
Something that we could apply to many things in the world today, I think. NPR's international affairs correspondent, Jackie Northam. Jackie, thanks so much. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, David.
At this point, there are almost 500,000 cases of COVID-19 in the U.S.
But the CDC says we could reach an important turning point soon. The CDC's director, Robert Redfield, spoke to our colleague Mary Louise Kelly yesterday.
Well, I think at this stage, we're nearing the peak of the outbreak, the pandemic in our country right now. And I think we'll begin to see the curve begin to go down. And I expect we'll see that continue aggressively decreasing cases over the next couple of weeks across the country.
Redfield also said that this country is going to need an army of healthcare workers to prevent the coronavirus from surging back.
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein also had a chance to talk to Redfield yesterday. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning, Noel.
So an army of healthcare workers, how would that prevent things from relapsing?
So whenever the pandemic finally does peak and does recede, the virus will still be around and, lots of people will still be vulnerable. So one of the key weapons that will be needed to try to keep it from roaring back will be enough disease detectives to swoop in at the first signs of any new outbreaks flaring up, to track down everyone who might have been exposed, what's called contact tracing, and keep the virus in check. And that takes an enormous amount of personnel. Redfield told me all of that will require a substantial expansion of public health field workers.
Does the United States currently have enough healthcare workers for what he's talking about?
No, understaffed and underfunded public health departments around the country are nowhere near being able to handle that sort of thing. So that's prompted some public health experts to propose all sorts of things, including creating a kind of civilian corps of disease SWAT teams to stuff out any new outbreaks. Redfield said the CDC currently has more than 600 workers deployed around the country, but is planning to do what he calls substantially amplify that to help state and local health departments. He wouldn't go into any detail yet, but he said a plan is coming soon.
And so if we had all of these additional healthcare workers, would that be enough to stay on top of COVID-19?
We'd also need to make sure our hospitals are ready next time. And some experts say we may also need to turn to some of the more high-tech strategies that other countries have used, like maybe using cell phone data to help track people and figure out everyone who an infected person came into contact with, so they can quickly be quarantined to prevent them from spreading the virus. I asked Redfield about that, too.
People are looking at all the different modern technology that could be brought to bear to make contact tracing more efficient and effective. Are there more, if you will say, tech-savvy ways to be more comprehensive in contact tracing versus the old-fashioned way? Currently these things are under aggressive evaluation.
Now, Noel, that idea can obviously raise lots of concerns about privacy, and Redfield stressed that contact tracing will ultimately be done on a state and local level, but the CDC will help provide help and advice, and several U.S. groups have already developed technology designed to protect people's privacy.
Rob, so one big question or one big problem we've had from the beginning of this outbreak is that the U.S. just hasn't had enough tests, which I assume will also need to get back to normal. What did he say about the testing problem?
The CDC has taken a lot of heat for the testing debacle. And during the interview, the CDC director defended the agency and how it handled testing. And he stressed that more than 2 million Americans have been tested now, and as many as 120,000 are being tested every day. But, testing is still a big problem. And lots of experts say we still need a lot more testing to get the pandemic under control and to keep it there.
NPR's Rob Stein. Rob, thanks so much.
You bet, Noel.
All right, this pandemic has led to a really cruel irony.
Yeah, it really has. So millions of people have lost their jobs in this crisis, so they're going to food banks. Charities just don't have enough. And yet, at the same time, some farmers are throwing out perfectly good food because they can't sell it.
Dan Charles covers food and agriculture for NPR. He's with us this morning. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Noel.
So what a terrible thing. Why is this happening?
One way to think about it is the American food system is like this giant railway system, and you've got trains going in all kinds of places, and a lot of them are going to places like schools in normal times, big chain restaurants, Olive Garden, Applebee's, sports bars, places like that.
All places that are currently closed down.
Yeah, almost overnight. And it's like the trains of food already left the station. You can't just redirect them very easily to the places where people are getting their food now, which is basically grocery stores. Maybe the food's not packaged in a way that supermarkets can handle. Sometimes it's just not food that people tend to buy at supermarkets. Let me give you an example. Florida's tomato growers, as it happens, 80% of their production in normal times goes to things like salad bars in restaurants. It's the sliced up tomatoes on your hamburgers and the sandwiches at lunch spots. It just disappeared. That market disappeared. And they are actually plowing up some of their fields.
In a similar vein, I'm from upstate New York, where there are a lot of dairy farms, and I've seen these reports of dairy farmers just dumping their milk onto the ground. What's happening there?
That is true. It is a big problem. Similar thing. Schools are closed, so they don't need the milk. Pizza places, restaurants tend to take a very large percentage of America's cheese production. Those are shut down. And also exports of milk powder, which are quite important. They are down. Grocery store sales are up, but it's not enough to make up the difference. It is really it's been really tough for some of these farmers, financially obviously, but also emotionally. I talked to one vegetable grower, grows squash, cucumbers, green beans near Fort Myers, Florida. Her name's Kim Jamerson.
We've abandoned some fields. We've just had to walk out of them because we couldn't sell it. beautiful vegetables that really could go elsewhere. It could go into food banks and hospitals and rest homes.
She's making a really good point. I mean, there are a lot of people who could use that food, not just grocery stores. We're hearing about people going to food banks, food pantries after they lose their jobs. Why is the food not going someplace where it can be used?
It takes new ways of operating. I mean, it is now starting to happen. It also takes money. So that Florida vegetable grower I talked to, Kim Jamerson, the vegetable broker who buys a lot of her her produce, he's setting up deals with food banks now. The food banks are starting to pay for some of those vegetables. They're not paying a lot, and Jamerson says she's still losing money, but it is enough that she's willing to, keep paying people to harvest the crop. I think we're going to be seeing more and more of that sort of thing.
Dan Charles, really interesting stuff. Thanks, Dan.
Nice to be here. Stay safe, Noel.
All right, this week, China lifted a lockdown on the city of Wuhan, where COVID-19 first emerged, and that was good news.
That's right. But while Wuhan was opening up, China was sealing off a different city near its border with Russia. It has closed its land border with Russia entirely to stop infected people from coming in. Russia, meanwhile, says it has 10,000 cases. That's a relatively small number.
NPR's Beijing correspondent Emily Fang is on the line with us from Wuhan. Hi, Emily.
Hey, Noel.
Why did China go ahead and lock down this city near the Russian border?
This city is in a province called Heilongjiang, and that province has seen a huge concentration of new cases, pretty much all from Russia this week, even though domestic transmissions in China are at zero or near zero. According to the latest numbers we have, that one province had 127 imported cases just yesterday. All of them were in one tiny border town called Suifenhe. And then on top of that, Suifenhe had another 150 cases of these asymptomatic cases, people who came back from Russia, got tested positive, but they exhibited no symptoms whatsoever. And that's scary because it suggests that there's widespread community transmission either going on in the Chinese border town of Suifenhe or in Russia. That's what prompted Chinese authorities to close all traffic, and it's a really big deal in China because Suifenhe is a bit of a special place. It's emblematic of close China-Russian relations. Suifenhe borders Russian Siberia, and it's small by Chinese standards. It's got about 70,000 people, but it's an important trade juncture. You can even spend rubles in Suifenhe. And although China was tightening international travel into China, Suifenhe had actually been loosening restrictions up until now, and it opened up this free trade zone with Russia where Russian traders would come over visa-free and sell goods in the zone.
So, I mean, the virus is there now. You said it appears to be widespread community transmission. What are authorities in China doing to try to contain it?
They're copying the Wuhan model, which, if you remember, is the lockdown that they imposed on the city I'm in now where this virus all began. So now people in Suifenhe are under closed residential management. They're locked in. They can send out one person every 2 days to get groceries. What people here are really worried about are asymptomatic cases because they're infectious, but they're hard to identify. And in Wuhan, that's also a big concern. Doctors here say that they're paying more attention to asymptomatic cases, but they can't find them all. Here's what Dr. Zhang Dingyu told me here in Wuhan.
但这种感染的潜在的风险是在的，如果能够把它找出来，当然是最好的。
He's saying these people, asymptomatic carriers, are infectious, but it's impossible to diagnose every single one. You can't test all 1.3 Chinese billion people. So authorities in Suifenhe near Russia say what they're doing is constructing a new central quarantine center, just like they did in Wuhan, specifically for asymptomatic cases.
Let me ask you to pull back for a second because China's been signaling that it has this outbreak under control. With this virus, we know there's concern about additional waves of infections. Are officials in China telling you that they're worried about that?
Sort of. They say at the national level that they're monitoring these asymptomatic cases closely. These cases are now disclosed every day, which was not the case before April. Yet this week, a prominent Shanghai doctor, Zhang Wenhong, who's been leading containment efforts in the city, gave an interview to a Chinese outlet in which he says, actually, no, we need to be worried. There could be a second peak, and it's very likely it'll be this fall.
Wow. NPR Beijing correspondent Emily. Emily, thanks.
Thanks, Noel.
Easter had been when President Trump wanted to reopen the country, but that didn't happen, and instead there were virtual church services and small Easter dinners instead of big ones.
So how much longer do Americans stay at home? On ABC's This Week, FDA Commissioner Stephen Hahn held out some hope to reopen some things on May 1st.
We see the incredible resiliency of the American people with respect to social distancing, hand washing, and all those mitigation factors. So that gives me great hope. But I think it's just too early for us to say whether May 1st is that date. But more to come on that as we learn more information and as our planning proceeds.
Hope is one thing, but widely cited computer models assume that Americans must stay home longer than that to limit the spread because the virus will still be present. The government's own public health experts say they need a system to trace and contain the disease before people can return to work safely.
All right, so let's talk about what that system might look like with NPR science correspondent Jeff Field. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning.
So we have heard this a lot lately, contact tracing, which is something that health officials are now saying we need to have in place before we open up at all. Explain what that means, contact tracing.
So basically, it's just exactly what it sounds like. When somebody tests positive for a disease, can be any disease, really, public health officials call that person. The first thing they ask about is how they're doing and whether they need more medical help. But once they've done that, they ask who they've been in contact with. Then they can call those contacts and ask them to go into quarantine to make sure they don't spread the disease if they've been infected. It's not exactly rocket science, but it does require an awful lot of phone calls and follow-ups.
It also requires trust, right? There's no enforcement mechanism. You just hope that these people do self-quarantine. How would it work on a national scale?
Well, right now there's about 500,000 people in the U.S., and that's just too many to contact trace all of them. So first of all, we need to have this lockdown. It needs to last long enough that the number of active cases goes down. Mm-hmm. But assuming those cases do drop, you're absolutely right. Trust is essential, and that's why it's probably going to come down to state and local governments that people work with every day. Massachusetts, for example, is starting a statewide program to trace COVID-19 patients and their contacts, and they're going to hire around 1,000 people who can call people and, make sure that they're doing the right things. They're going to start tracing as soon as they can, but they need to be trained first.
Right. So can we be ready in a matter of a month or even 2 months?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, first of all, nationwide, we're talking about hiring tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people. Tracing doesn't require super specialized training. You can have people who've never done it before do it, but they do need to be plugged into some sort of system. That system needs to include widespread, and this is important, rapid testing so that tracers know who to call and can call them before they make other people sick. It needs to include a system, like a computer database that allows them to do their jobs. And, you also need to be able to support people who you're asking to quarantine themselves. If you're going to tell people not to go to the grocery store for 14 days, then you better have a plan to get them groceries if they need them, medicine, stuff like that. So you put all this together and you're talking about this huge national effort. It's like building the Hoover Dam or something. But governments should be able to do that.
Is there technology that can help?
Yeah, we all carry these brilliant tracking devices known as cell phones, and they should work to help. But of course, there's a lot of privacy issues around that.
All right. NPR's Jeff Brumfield. We appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So it was a month ago today that President Trump made this announcement about the coronavirus.
To unleash the full power of the federal government in this effort today, I am officially declaring a national emergency. Two very big words.
It was March 13 when the president spoke those two words, promising to mobilize public and private resources. He pledged a sweeping national campaign of screening, drive-through sample collection, lab testing. Although that would take a huge effort across a big country, lives were in the balance with each passing day. And 1 month later, few of those promises are fulfilled.
NPR's Tim Mack has been tracking those promises and joins us now. Hey, Tim.
Hey there.
So what did the president say would happen, and then what has happened?
Well, so members of NPR's investigations team went through every promise the president made on that March 13th Rose Garden address. He promised that retailers would make drive-through tests in critical locations. But when we contacted the retailers who were there, we found that discussions have not led to any wide-scale implementation. Walmart has opened 2 testing sites. Walgreens has opened 2 in Chicago. CVS has opened 4 sites. Target has not opened any. In fact, the company said that it had no formal partnership with the federal government and suggested they were waiting for governments to take the lead. So rather than a massive wave of testing at these retailers, we found a grand total of 8 sites.
8 around the country.
That's right.
Wow. There was also supposed to be this website that was going to coordinate screening, testing, and results, right?
Right. The president and his team promised Google was working on this website that would integrate screening, facilitate a nearby drive-through testing location, and then send you back your results all in one.
It's going to be very quickly done, unlike websites of the past, to determine whether a test is warranted and to facilitate testing at a nearby convenient location.
Well, that never happened. Google was technically never the lead. A sister company to Google called Verily, owned by the same parent company, has rolled out a pilot project primarily at the direction of the California state government. They now have 6 testing sites, but they're only available to California residents in 5 counties in that state.
All right, so those are examples of public-private collaborations, or at least attempts at those collaborations. What about promises that the federal government actually made?
Well, the president promised to waive interest on student loans held by the government and relax certain healthcare regulations, and he did do that. But on other issues, he was unable to fulfill his promises because he promised things he didn't have the power to do unilaterally. Here's an example. The president said he would waive license requirements so that doctors could practice in different states. But medical licensing is a state issue, and the president does not have the authority to waive this. He said he would purchase large amounts of oil for the U.S. Strategic Reserve, but he has not yet secured funds from Congress to do so, and still hasn't. So it never happened.
So many promises left unkept. What has the White House said?
Well, the White House did not formally respond on the record for the story, although some agencies provided context. Ultimately, the last month has showed how many of these grand goals set out when the national emergency started haven't been met.
NPR's Tim Mack. Thank you, Tim. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So Spain has been one of the countries hardest hit by the coronavirus, and it's been on strict lockdown. But today, the government there is opening a door of sorts.
The doors to some businesses. Some companies are allowed to go back in business, including thousands of workers in sectors like construction and manufacturing. They're heading back to work after 2 weeks of what many in Spain called hibernation. The Spanish government has published safety guidelines for companies to follow, although many health experts say this return to work is happening too soon.
All right, so is the hibernation over? Joining us from Spain is Lucia Benavides. Hi, Lucia. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So why now? Why is the Spanish government moving to reopen some businesses now?
So the government is basically saying that the situation in Spain is contained enough to where more people heading to work won't result in a spike of infections. The spokesperson for the country's health emergency coordination center says she doesn't believe that the spread of infections will increase. But in order to ensure safety, as thousands of workers head back to work, police officers this morning began handing out 10 million face masks to people on board metro and buses. And the Spanish government had to approve this measure. They did so on Monday, but it was actually met with some opposition within lawmakers. Some are criticizing the prime minister and his administration for putting economic interests above the health of its citizens.
Well, and it's not just lawmakers, right? I mean, as we said earlier, it sounds like there are some health experts who worry this is happening too soon.
That's right. Yeah, the Spanish government has been seeking advice over coronavirus measures from a team of health experts. And one of them actually told Spanish media that they were not consulted. He expressed concern over this decision and said that the sensible thing would have been for the shutdown to be extended. And there are other health experts, including from Spain's main institution for scientific research, that said that these rollback measures are being taken prematurely. And they say it's important to roll back on these measures with mass testing and by isolating those who have tested positive. And Spain isn't at that point yet.
I mean, we talk about Spain being one of the countries really in the world that's been hardest hit. What's the data say right now about the rate of infections and deaths?
Yeah, Spain is has the second highest number of cases after the US and the third number of deaths after the US and Italy. But the number of new coronavirus infections it's beginning to slow down. And on Sunday, there were around 4,100 new cases, which was down 663 from Saturday. The number of daily fatalities is also decreasing. It peaked at 950 deaths in 24 hours on April 2nd, but since in the past, the numbers have stayed mostly under 700. And, where a lot of, hospitals have been lacking in equipment, which resulted in healthcare workers getting sick. And now we're beginning to see more of the emotional and psychological toll on these healthcare workers who are showing symptoms of depression.
All right, we'll leave it there. Lucia Benavides reporting from the suburbs of Barcelona. Thank you.
Thank you.
The president is defending his response to the pandemic.
At his White House briefing last night, the president pushed back against ever more detailed accounts of his leadership in this crisis. The pandemic has now killed around 23,000 Americans, but the president used his time last night in the coronavirus briefing to attack the media. He also generated fresh conflict for the TV cameras, asserting that he can tell states when to restart their economies.
The federal government has absolute power. It has the power. As to whether or not I'll use that power, we'll see.
In reality, the Constitution reserves many powers for Congress, the courts, the states, and the people.
NPR's Scott Detrow watched the briefing for us. Hi there, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
How did this couple of hours differ from some other briefings by the president?
Yeah, so even by the standards that President Trump has set over the course of his term and over the course of these briefings, this one was particularly angry and defensive. And some context here, several major news outlets had published lengthy stories in recent days looking back at the early days of the pandemic, January, February, early March, the times when the president and many senior advisors were downplaying the scale of the threat of the coronavirus and were not taking the drastic steps that they in most states ended up taking in later on in March. This clearly got to President Trump, and he spent more than 45 minutes at the onset of this briefing just attacking the media and defending himself.
All I'm saying is this. How do you close down the greatest economy in the history of the world when on January 17th you have no cases and no death?
And then President Trump also repeated earlier criticisms of governors like New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, saying they exaggerated their needs for ventilators, pointing out that hospitals have not been overwhelmed on a large scale as was initially feared. And that was due to social distancing actually having an impact, and also the federal assistance and the state-run efforts to get the supplies they needed.
Now, after that defense of his record and attack of the media, the president did get around to the question of when the United States can reopen, which is another subject where he has been pushing and generating controversy. He says he will unveil a task force today, which is charged to put together a plan to reopen the country. But what is his power here?
Yeah, there is a lot of demand for some sort of national plan and some guidelines for how to get the country reopened at some point in time. But this is something that legally will come down to governors and mayors, who are the ones, of course, who ordered the restrictions and closed schools to begin with. And even though President Trump spent a lot of time last week saying he wants governors to take the lead, yesterday he pushed back on the fact it is not his legal call. He also said something pretty notable, that the president has ultimate authority. Of course, constitutionally, that is not the case, especially in a situation where it was state laws to begin with. And on that note, on Monday, you saw two different compacts of states representing more than 100 million people combined, a group of West Coast states and a group of East Coast states, where the governors are saying that they will coordinate with each other on when to start easing restrictions, and they will make these decisions based on the data. And that's because even within these same groups, there are big differences from state to state. Yesterday, Delaware's Governor John Carney said that in his state, it's getting worse, not better, though in New York, Cuomo said the worst is now past, assuming New Yorkers are still careful going forward.
I suppose governors would listen to the president if they found his leadership to be credible. The president, of course, is on television for a while yesterday, spent some of the time playing a video. What was it?
Yeah, a lot of critics have said these briefings often substitute for Trump campaign rallies. So it was notable that he spent this, he basically played a campaign ad during the briefing for a while and said that it was put together by White House staffers who are, of course, government employees.
Scott, thanks so much.
Thank you.
NPR's Scott Detrow. A sailor from the aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt has died from complications of coronavirus.
The U.S. Navy ship became the scene of an outbreak and then a source of controversy. Captain Brett Crozier wrote down his concerns about the safety of his crew After that letter appeared in a newspaper, the Navy then removed him. The acting Navy secretary then visited the carrier and denounced the captain so harshly that he then lost his job.
During all of this, the crew has been trying to look after each other, and NPR Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman is following their story. Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Who was the sailor who died?
Well, the Navy hasn't released his name yet, Steve, pending family notification. I'm told he's a chief petty officer in his 40s, and he and 4 other sailors were isolated after testing positive for the virus 2 weeks ago, and this is the first death among the crew. He did not show any symptoms, though, I'm told, and was checked twice a day. And at one point on April 9th, he was checked and he was unresponsive, given CPR. He went to the ICU at a naval hospital in Guam and died yesterday. The Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Mike Gilday, offered his condolences and said, quote, "We pledge our full support to the ship and crew as they continue their fight against the coronavirus."
Okay, the first active duty military member known to have died of complications of coronavirus, but not the only person on that ship with the virus. How are others doing?
Well, nearly 600 now of the 5,000 soldiers have tested positive for the virus, Steve. 4 of them are hospitalized, but I'm told not in the ICU. All are stable. As of yesterday, more than 90% of the crew's been tested, and more than 4,000 sailors are ashore in Guam. And of course, all this began with a letter from the carrier's captain, Brett Crozier, urging his superiors to move faster because he said the virus was spreading quickly. He wanted 4,000 sailors taken off immediately, and he sent that letter to more than 20 people, some outside the chain of command, and then, of course, he was relieved after that letter leaked to the press.
Tom, I'm just thinking this has got to be a microcosm of the whole problem facing the Navy there and other aircraft carriers where something like this could happen. There are scores and scores of other ships where something like this could happen, not to mention Navy bases.
No, that's right. Officials have said there's no reason to think the Roosevelt is a one-of-a-kind problem. Ships are highly vulnerable because of the tight quarters, crews on top of one another. So the Navy's watching this particularly closely. There are 2 other carriers they're keeping tabs on. The Reagan, based in Japan and undergoing maintenance, has had 15 virus cases. All those sailors are off the ship. And then you have the Nimitz, which is in port, and its sailors are restricted for 2 weeks. There are no positive cases. But again, they're keeping a very close eye on this. They're very concerned about it.
Tom, thanks for the update. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome, Steve.
That's NPR Pentagon correspondent Tom Bowman this morning. Well, Wisconsin is an important presidential battleground state, and in last week's primary elections, Democrats now know scored a significant victory.
Yeah, remember, Democratic Governor Tony Evers had tried to postpone the election because of the coronavirus. The election included the Democratic presidential primary, which Vice President Joe Biden won. But also on the ballot was this important seat on the state's conservative Supreme Court. That same court ultimately ruled that the election would go on as scheduled. Voters showed up at the polls in person and at personal risk and voted to replace the conservative incumbent on that bench with a liberal justice.
And Mayan Silver of our member station WUWM is here to talk about those results. Good morning.
Good morning.
And by here, of course, I mean sheltering somewhere, right? I mean, are you in your basement or at WUW? Where are you?
Yes, I'm at home in Milwaukee.
Okay. As long as we're clear on that. Okay, so there was this, Joe Biden's victory was expected at this point, but this upset in the state Supreme Court race, an incumbent endorsed by the president, I believe, was thrown out. What happened?
Yeah, liberal-backed candidate Jill Karofsky beat the Trump-endorsed incumbent Danielle Kelly. So she had a socially distant victory party. It was just Karofsky and her 2 kids, and she thanked her team and supporters. But she also had a caveat.
Look, we shouldn't have had an election on Tuesday. And for many, many people, they had to decide between whether or not they were going to risk their own health or the health of people they loved, or their lives or the lives of people that they loved in order to vote. It was an untenable decision.
Yeah, the GOP-controlled legislature and the conservative majority in the state Supreme Court fought hard to hold the election date in place despite calls to postpone or change to all mail-in. So this was a big defeat for them.
I guess in theory, these judicial elections are nonpartisan, but it's clear where the political parties stood between these two candidates. And there were Democrats who said that they felt that going ahead with the election under these circumstances amounted to vote suppression, preventing people from voting because it would just be too dangerous to them. Is there evidence of that now that we know the results?
Well, so in Democratic National Committee Chair Tom Perez had called this election voter suppression on steroids. So in larger cities, voters reported waits on average of 1 to 2 hours, even up to 4 hours. But some voters just couldn't wait that long or didn't want to brave the polls and risk their health. Nearly 10,000 voters requested mail-in ballots on time and didn't get them. And there were post office problems or postmark problems. So there were voters who were disenfranchised, and we'll never know just what turnout would have been if it hadn't been for coronavirus. But all in all, 1.1 million mail-in ballots were requested and returned. That makes the total vote count right in line or even higher than previous state Supreme Court races and also on par with other presidential primaries.
And I suppose we should mention also the ultimate result was in favor of the people who said the election was unfair.
Yes, it was, in fact.
Maayan Silver of WUWM in Milwaukee, thanks very much.
Thanks so much.
President Harry Truman famously kept a sign on his desk that said, "The buck stops here," meaning as president, he was the guy who took responsibility. As President Trump faces criticism for his handling of the coronavirus pandemic, he says the buck stops at the World Health Organization.
And he wants to stop the bucks from flowing to the WHO. At a news briefing yesterday, the president said he wants to suspend WHO funding until the international organization is investigated for its response to the coronavirus.
Had the WHO done its job to get medical experts into China to objectively assess the situation on the ground and to call out China's lack of transparency, the outbreak could have been contained at its source with very little death.
Now, there is some debate over whether the president has authority to withhold the money to the WHO. Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy compares suspending funds to refusing ammunition to an ally in wartime.
For more, we're joined by NPR's global health and development correspondent, Jason Beaubien. So, Jason, the president pretty much blamed the WHO for the coronavirus becoming a global pandemic in the first place. He says the WHO helped China cover up the seriousness of the outbreak. I mean, is there any truth to what he is saying?
So, in that piece of tape that you just played, there's two main assertions. One is that the WHO's job was to get medical experts into China to assess the situation. So the WHO's job and their role is to assist member countries, to offer guidance and technical expertise and to convene international experts to assess international health threats. It's an arm of the United Nations, and it operates inside that system, and it operates at the will of its member states. And the head of the WHO did go to Beijing in January to discuss the situation, and they did send in a team of experts right after that. The second assertion is that this virus could have been contained at its source. I think most epidemiologists would disagree with that, particularly seeing how well this virus spreads at the moment. Viruses don't respect borders. I think that most people, particularly looking back at it now, would say that it was quite likely that this virus was going to spread out of China. And people were even saying that at the time.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, again, does the WHO even have the authority to go into a country if it's not invited?
No, it does not. It does not have that authority. So it needs China's invitation in order to go in.
So the funding question, President Trump says he wants to cut U.S. funding to the WHO. What is the current contribution of the United States to the WHO?
It's a bit confusing. There are different funding streams in the way that it goes, but basically, we are spending about $500 million a year in funding to the WHO. That particular money is not directly allocated by Congress. It's part of a larger budget that's put out. He does have a lot of leeway. He can halt these payments. But traditionally, since the WHO was founded, the United States has been the largest funder of the WHO. And, it's something that the WHO relies on heavily, this money coming from the United States.
So, again, the suggestion from the president would be to cut funding to the World Health Organization in the middle of a global pandemic, something that would be unprecedented, to say the least.
Yeah.
NPR's Jason Beaubien. Jason, we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, who does have control to open state economies back up? The answer is clear. The states do. The Constitution says so.
But the president is insisting that is his call to make, and that's what he said a couple of days ago. After pushback from all corners, including Republican lawmakers, the president now says he is going to give states permission to make their own decisions about when to reopen. Again, permission the states do not need.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith is with us. Hi, Tam.
Good morning.
What's the president saying now?
Well, it's not clear what caused this reversal, but President Trump's posture over a 24-hour period completely shifted. He went from claiming total authority to saying it was up to the governors. He says, we have one country, but we have a lot of different pieces. It's a puzzle. We have beautiful pieces. And then he says that he's not going to put pressure on any governor to open, that they will be able to open when they want to or when they see fit. The White House did not respond to request for information about what legal authority the president had been claiming in the first place. But it appears that he is now looking to pass some of the responsibility for what President Trump has described as the biggest decision he'll ever make to the 50 governors.
You talked to some governors about this. How are they responding?
This was setting up to be another classic Trumpian outrage cycle. But this one in the middle of the pandemic. And then the governors just didn't really take the bait. They are working on coming up with plans. They have been working on coming up with plans for how to reopen, setting benchmarks, the number of coronavirus cases, the availability of testing and contact tracing. And they've been coordinating together, in fact, some formal consortiums, some just texting with their regional colleagues. Republican Governor Mike DeWine from Ohio told me that he's thinking a lot about what the future will look like. But in the absence of a vaccine, reopening doesn't really mean returning to life as we all know it.
No matter what I order or the president orders or any governor orders, if people don't feel safe about going to a restaurant, they're not going to go. If they don't feel safe about going to a ball game, they're not going to go.
The most important thing, he said, was figuring out how to keep people safe. Otherwise, the rest of it doesn't really matter.
Right. And a lot of governors have talked about the need for comprehensive testing as a prerequisite for opening up. President Trump also said he's going to announce this council this week, which is focused on reopening the economy, which is separate from his health-focused task force. What do we know about that group?
Yeah, the Reopening the Country Council was supposed to be announced yesterday with the names announced. Instead, the president announced the Great American Economic Revival Industry Groups, which was a very long list of business leaders and others. It seems to have morphed from a council into a series of conference calls as he, at the briefing yesterday, was listing all the people he'll be talking to. It took 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes of the president ticking off names with a couple of diversions in the middle.
NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith. Thank you, Tam.
You're welcome.
Okay, even though the U.S. is still struggling to do large-scale testing to diagnose coronavirus cases, blood tests to detect past exposure are starting to hit the market.
Currently, these tests do not need approval from the FDA, and there are dozens of manufacturers making them. And even though some of the tests claim to be more than 90% accurate, they often miss the mark. So what good are these tests right now?
We've got NPR science correspondent Richard Harris on the line to help explain. Hi, Richard.
Good morning.
So can you just explain how these tests are meant to work?
Yeah, the tests cannot be used to diagnose the disease. Instead, they identify the antibodies that appear in your blood about a week after you've been infected. These antibodies are part of your immune system's reaction to the virus. Scientists do not know whether people with antibodies are definitively protected from the disease, and if so, for how long. But that's the hope, that's the prospect, and that's what's driving excitement around these tests. Now, I talked to a doctor who runs a mobile health service in Austin, Texas. He's using a supply of antibody tests made by a major Chinese manufacturer that claims a specificity of 99%. Which means it only falsely says a blood sample has antibodies in it when it doesn't just 1% of the time. But despite that impressive statistic, a test like that is not 99% correct. And in fact, in some instances, it could be much, much worse.
Why would that be the case?
Because here's the thing, the tests don't depend just on the technology. Oddly enough, they also depend upon how common a disease is in the population you're sampling. Here's a simple way to look at it. Say you are running a test that gives you 5 falsely positive results to 100 people. Sounds like pretty good odds, right?
Yeah.
But consider this. If only 5% of the population is infected and you run the test on 100 people, you should get 5 of those true positives, that you also have 5 false positives, and there's no way to know which. So your positive result is basically a coin flip, but whether it's true or not. And it gets worse because the Food and Drug Administration does not regulate these tests, as you mentioned, but the White House Coronavirus Task Force has set an informal standard. These tests are supposed to have no more than 10 false positives per 100. If you were to use a test that meets that standard, though, in a population where only 1% of the population has been infected, a positive result would actually be wrong a shocking amount of the time, like 9 times out of 10. And by the way, there's a calculator on npr.org, so you can run your own numbers if you're interested in sort of exploring this.
So is there any way to get around this problem?
Well, using a really good test helps some, of course, but the best strategy is actually to focus on populations where the disease is more common. Dr. Jordan Laser, a pathologist at Northwell Health on Long Island, New York, says it would make sense to start with healthcare workers. But even there, he says, you can't really trust the results.
Definitely don't use these tests to change your practices in terms of personal protective equipment. Definitely do not become more comfortable in doing your job and taking care of COVID patients. It really would be more of a psychological benefit.
I mean, which is useful, I guess, Richard, but what's the point if these things can't even change behaviors?
Right. Well, clearly it falls short of being that imagined golden passport that would let individuals get back to business as usual and ignore the coronavirus. But, they still can be incredibly useful as long as individual false positive results don't matter. And one situation where that is the case is actually if you're surveying broad populations. If these tests could answer really critical questions like just where is the coronavirus now and just how common is it, that would be fantastic. And in fact, that is exactly how the scientists are rolling out these tests to use them right now.
All right, NPR science correspondent Richard Harris unpacking the efficacy of these new tests. Richard, thanks for your explanation. We really appreciate it.
Sure, good to be with you.
Today, the president tries again to set the terms of when states move toward normal life.
So far this week, the president has said the decision was up to him, which it's not. Then he said he would authorize governors to decide, authorization they don't need. The governor of Illinois answered for many when he said science would decide his course. He told NPR the president's view was, quote, an advisory opinion by somebody. Today, the president will give his opinion, promising guidance in a call with governors.
You already know we'll be opening up states, some states much sooner than others. And we think some of the states can actually open up before the deadline of May 1st. And I think that will be a very exciting time indeed.
Except health officials and business leaders have insisted people should not return to jobs or stores until coronavirus testing and tracing is more widespread.
NPR national political correspondent Mara Liasson is with us. Mara, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we know these cannot be orders, so what are they?
They're guidance. That's what the White House is going to do today, just like the initial set of criteria were guidance to states. The president, as you said, has already walked back his earlier claim that he and only he has total authority over the states' plans. Now he says the states will decide for themselves when and how they go back. But these guidelines are going to give some information to states about how to figure out what level of social distancing and quarantining will continue to be needed. Do you ask older people to stay home, people with underlying conditions, whereas other people could go back to work? When to open schools? Dr. Fauci has said over and over again, this is not going to be like flipping a switch. It's not going to happen all of a sudden. It's going to be halting and gradual and incremental, and sometimes we'll take 2 steps forward and 1 step back if there's a flare-up in illness. People have to feel safe if they're going to go back to some modified version of business as usual.
What would prompt the president then to be talking about some states opening as soon as May 1st, which is a lot sooner than public health experts have been talking about?
The president says that some states just don't have a lot of illness, and those states could potentially open up earlier. We're going to see which governors want to do that. A lot of the president's conservative allies say that opening up as fast as possible is absolutely crucial. They say there's a big difference between opening on May 1st and June 1st, because they say on June 1st you'll have lost jobs and companies that will never come back. But there are a lot of CEOs and governors who say the country has to open safely. If people don't feel comfortable, they're not going to want to go to work. They're not going to want to go out to a restaurant. Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft and a big infectious disease philanthropist, says You can't tell people, hey, go out to a restaurant and ignore that pile of bodies over in the corner. So that's important. People have to feel safe. The head of the AFL-CIO, Richard Trumka, has said he wants to make sure there are protections for workers who are asked to go back to work.
Well, Rachel alluded to the biggest protection that public health experts have identified, widespread or even universal testing, so you know who has it, you can quarantine them, you can quarantine their contacts, you can contain a disease that is hard to treat directly at this point. Where does more widespread testing fit into the guidance?
Everyone is talking about widespread testing. The CEOs say that's what you need. The governors say that's what you need. You have to know who tests positive and who doesn't, because you have to know who should still quarantine themselves and who can go back to work. And if you don't know who's sick and who's not, you're flying blind and you have to put the whole economy into a medically induced coma, which is what we've had to do. The president has played down the need for widespread testing. Our own colleague, Franco Ordonez, asked him, do we need 750,000 tests a day, as public health officials have suggested? And he said, do we need that? No. Would it be nice to have it? Yes.
Mara, thanks for the update.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Mara Liasson. Today, we get another measure of the economic damage from the pandemic.
That's because it's Thursday, when the Labor Department releases the number of unemployment claims from the previous week. Each of the past few weeks, this number has been in the millions, totaling nearly 17 million new claims since the middle of March. Never in recent history have the claims come so quickly.
NPR Chief Economics Correspondent Scott Horsley is with us. Scott, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
What do forecasters expect today?
They expect to see several million more people filed first-time applications for unemployment last week. And as you point out, this is just another concrete indicator of the economic pain that's being caused by the coronavirus and by the very aggressive public health measures that the U.S. has adopted to try to slow this pandemic. There are certainly other indicators. This week we learned that U.S. industrial production fell last month at the sharpest pace since 1946. So this is really akin to the demobilization we saw after World War II. We also learned yesterday that retail sales in March fell at the sharpest pace on record. But it is really these weekly unemployment claims that have become sort of the economic equivalent of the daily hospital counts as something close to a real-time indicator of the path of this pandemic.
Well, people keep looking for a peak in those hospital numbers where it's still very bad, but at least not getting worse every day. Might we have reached the point where unemployment is not getting worse every week?
Well, the aggregate number, of course, goes only in one direction, which is up. But there are some signs that today's figure, while still very bad, may not be quite as terrible as the 6 million plus figure that we got in the two previous weeks. The folks at Pantheon Macroeconomics point to several states that offer their unemployment claims in advance of the national figures: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Rhode Island, Arizona. The trend line in those states does suggest somewhat fewer people filed for unemployment benefits last week than in the two previous weeks. Also, Google searches on how do you file for unemployment have been tapering off just a bit. So just as with the hospital head counts, every person filing for unemployment is painful, but it is possible that the first big wave of this pandemic in terms of layoffs has crested, and we're now going to see some decline.
Wait a minute. You're saying this could still be very bad, so it could be millions of people, meaning we could be up over 20 million people, say, over the last several weeks, since we're already at 17 million. And you just said the first big wave of unemployment?
That's right. It's possible there are ripple effects. There are secondary effects. The first people who felt the pain were the folks in the tourism business. Then we saw retailers and restaurants and bars. But there are spillover effects, and the people that supply those, that provide services to those businesses, they can be affected too. So it's possible we could see a second wave.
Okay. NPR economics correspondent Scott Horsley will be standing by to give us the real numbers when we have them. Scott, thanks so much.
Good to be with you, Steve.
Police in India are doing what sounds at first like the right thing.
They are busy contact tracing, looking for people linked with a cluster of coronavirus cases. But there's now suspicion about that very effort because the police are focusing on a group of Muslims. They're members of India's biggest religious minority, and they are worried about their rights under a Hindu nationalist government.
NPR's India correspondent Lauren Freyer is on the line, currently from the UK, reporting on this story. Hey there, Lauren.
Hi, Steve.
Why are police focused on Muslims?
Because of this group called Tablighi Jamaat. It's a Muslim missionary group, and it held this gigantic conference in India's capital, New Delhi, last month in violation of social distancing rules. And that conference ended up being a huge coronavirus hotspot. Thousands of people are believed to have caught the coronavirus from attendees at that conference who then went home and ended up spreading the virus around the country. Now, police have filed charges against leaders of the group for holding a gathering of more than 50 people, which was in violation of the rules at the time. And now, today, they've just announced additional charges of culpable homicide. Now, those leaders, some of them are in hiding. Their lawyer issued a statement urging followers to cooperate with the police, follow the lockdown rules now, but we are seeing a spate of attacks.
You mean attacks against this Muslim group?
Yes, attacks against members of the group, but then also attacks against anyone who's just Muslim. And so the danger is that suddenly a whole religious faith falls under suspicion. I spoke to Zia Nomani. He's a tech worker in the southern city of Bengaluru, and he volunteered at a weekend food drive for the poor. He's a Muslim, and he says that some Hindu volunteers there harassed him, identified him as a Muslim because of what he was wearing.
They saw me wearing a kurta, and they started saying that we should be taught a lesson and all. And it's time that you leave from here. And within 10 seconds, you should be away from here.
So Zia managed to get away, but some other Muslims in his group came under attack with cricket bats. Some of them were accused of spitting in the food they were giving out to the poor. There's been a lot of misinformation on social media accusing Muslims of intentionally spreading the coronavirus. And there's this hashtag that's trending now, Corona Jihad. The idea is that the virus is somehow a tool of Muslim holy war. And this has all been fanned, of course, by these right-wing TV channels that have contributed to this sort of frenzy of misinformation and of anger.
And I guess we should mention, if we're talking right-wing in India, we mean something closer to Hindu nationalism than whatever right-wing might mean elsewhere. Where does the Hindu nationalist government stand in all of this?
Well, Zia, the tech worker we just heard from, says his attackers identified themselves as members of the RSS, a Hindu group with close ties to the Indian government. Myself and other foreign correspondents had a briefing last week with government officials. We asked them about this wave of attacks against Muslims. A foreign ministry official denied there's been any violence and says this is not about any faith as a whole. It's about this one Muslim missionary group that did spread the virus. But Hindu nationalists are in power, as you said, and many of them are famous for their anti-Muslim rhetoric. So they're being accused of not doing enough to discourage discrimination right now.
And the key phrase there, denied there was any violence at all. Lauren, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate your reporting. NPR's Lauren Frayer.
After a lot of made-for-TV toing and froing about who has the authority to reopen the American economy, the White House released new guidance saying it's up to the states.
Which did not stop the president from throwing out a date again. He said yesterday that he thinks some states should be able to open for more business by May 1st. Dr. Deborah Birx of the White House Pandemic Response Team said something different.
We did not put a timeline on any of the phases. We want the governors, with the data that they have, community by community, to be setting up those timelines.
To talk about what is in the guidance, we've got NPR's global health correspondent, Nurit Eisenman. Hi, Nurit.
Good morning.
So we heard Dr. Birx there saying that there are going to be some phases. What exactly is in these guidelines?
Well, they're short on specifics. States are going to have to figure out a lot of this for themselves. But that said, as you say, the proposal is that they open in 3 stages. To give you a flavor, phase 1 looks a lot like the current stay-at-home situation, except if you're not in a vulnerable category like the elderly, you can socialize in groups of less than 10 people. Telework still encouraged, but employers can bring some people back in the workplace. Phase 2, now it's socializing with up to 50 people. Schools reopen. Non-essential travel can resume. Phase 3, even vulnerable people can go back in public if they keep 6 feet apart. Everyone's back in the workplace, but still large venues like churches, sports arenas have to make sure people can sit at a distance. And all along, states will be keeping an eye on this system the U.S. has for flagging sudden rises in flu-like cases as a kind of early warning sign to alert them if, oops, the virus is spreading again.
So we hear President Trump talking about May 1st, but when can states go into phase 1?
Well, there are criteria that states have to meet before they can start phase 1, and then again before they can advance to stage 2 and to stage 3. For instance, over the last 14 days, confirmed COVID cases need to be trending down. So do the percentage of tests that are coming back positive, and also cases of people with COVID-like or flu-like symptoms. And the state's hospitals have to be able to treat everybody and test their healthcare workers. But here's the problem. While health specialists say, sure, states need to have a downward trend in their cases before they can open up, that's just one of several targets they say states need to meet. And the rest of those targets aren't in these guidelines.
So what's missing here?
For one thing, the guidelines don't say how low your case count needs to get, just that the trend should be downward. Also, in countries that manage to control their outbreaks without resorting to drastic social distancing, the consensus is what made the difference is having these rapid reaction teams that quickly identify anyone who's been infected, trace their contacts, test those people, isolate and quarantine as needed, basically detecting and quashing any new rise in cases before it can start a whole new flare-up. Because remember, the virus is still out there and the vast majority of us remain vulnerable to it. So public health specialists say before states open up, they have to have enough capacity to test everyone who is infected and trace their contacts.
Right. We've heard so much about this. We need testing. We need contact tracing. Do the guidelines say anything about those things?
They do note that states need to have that ability, but they don't tell states how to determine if they have enough. And at the press conference last night, officials basically just said that, oh, that's not going to be a problem. But NPR's reporting indicates that it is still a problem. State labs and hospitals tell us they can't get enough chemical reagents, can't get enough swabs. So by that measure, very few, if any, states are ready to open up.
NPR's Narit Eisenman. Narit, we appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, for the first time in decades, China's economy has actually gotten smaller.
China's government released the numbers yesterday, announcing a 6.8% decline in the first 3 months of 2020. The coronavirus put an end to almost half a century of constant growth for China, sometimes very rapid growth that made China the world's second largest economy.
We've got Jonathan Chang with us. He's the China bureau chief for the Wall Street Journal. He joins us from Beijing on Skype. Hey, Jonathan.
Hi there.
Can you just give us some context, explain exactly how hard the coronavirus has hit China's economy? We know the number, but what other metrics do you see or can feel that explain this?
Well, obviously, China is an important part of the global economy. It's the world's number 2 economy, and it's grown almost 100-fold from 1976. That was the end of the Cultural Revolution. That's when Mao Zedong died, and that's when China roughly began its reforms that's led it to where it is today. And so over that whole period of more than 4 decades, we've never seen China ever have a negative quarter in any case until now. And obviously, we knew that the coronavirus was a big deal. It started, hitting China in mid-January, and it's basically shut down the country now for more than 2 months. So we're a little bit ahead of the curve here. So we knew it was going to be bad. I think the question was how bad was it, and how honest would the Chinese government be with its numbers? And what we find today is that it has been relatively honest. I mean, negative 6.8% is really bad. We were expecting positive 6% coming into this quarter.
The Chinese government is acknowledging that this is a devastating hit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they could have. Economists have long been skeptical of Chinese numbers, and it's widely believed that the numbers are massaged a little bit. So if we had seen a number that had said this was a positive quarter, I think most people would have laughed out loud. If they had said -1 or -2, I think a lot of economists would have said this is also sugar-coated. But 6.8 is definitely a real solid hit. I mean, again, it's sort of the inverse of what they had been expecting coming into this quarter.
We clearly live in this globalized world, right, where economies are tied very closely together. What are the likely implications of this drop in economic growth on the U.S., on other countries that are linked economically to China?
Well, I mean, we know that, of course, we had a big trade fight between the U.S. and China. It's not over yet, but that really highlighted how closely the two biggest economies in the world are integrated. So the question is really, what does this, mean for the U.S.? It means that the U.S. is going to get dragged down, too. We're already seeing it, of course, and there's a lot of domestic impact from the shutdowns that we see across the U.S., but there will be a direct impact from China's economy shutting down as well. It's inevitable when you have the world's number 2 economy going down 6.8% as we saw today.
Just really briefly, Jonathan, is the government there proposing any steps to rebound?
Yeah, I mean, they say that things are already getting better. And I can say here in Beijing, you can see life starting to return to normal just a little bit. There's probably going to be some stimulus coming, but nobody is expecting the kind of stimulus that we saw after the financial crisis in 2008. So we don't know whether it's going to be enough. And if infections start to creep up again, all bets are off.
Yeah. Jonathan Chang of the Wall Street Journal. We appreciate it, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, while China deals with the economic fallout from COVID-19, there are still a lot of questions about the exact origins of the virus.
Yeah, as we heard in the previous story, it is hard to check facts coming out of China's government. We do know Wuhan, China suffered the first outbreak, but the lack of transparency has fueled speculation and conspiracy theories, and the Trump administration says it is now working to find answers.
NPR national security correspondent Greg Myrie is with us. Good morning, Greg. So what is the U.S. government now saying about the origins of the virus?
Well, we've seen a distinct change in tone this week. The focus has been on the Wuhan wet market. And other narratives in the past weeks, months, were seen as speculative or even outright conspiracy theories. But in these last few days, there's more talk about the possibility that a naturally occurring virus might have leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which studies bat viruses. This has been stated most explicitly by the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. He cited the Wuhan Institute by name, noting that it's not that far from the wet market. And he didn't offer details and said there's still lots to learn.
This lab, have U.S. officials reached any preliminary conclusions?
No, they have not. I've been asking around the intelligence community and among military officials, and they've been more cautious in their language than Pompeo. The word that keeps cropping up is inconclusive. The intelligence community is digging hard. They haven't trusted the Chinese explanations, and they see this ongoing secretive behavior as very suspicious, but they're not prepared to make any final assessments right now. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Army General Mark Milley, addressed this question at the Pentagon this week.
It should be no surprise to you that we've taken a keen interest in that, and we've had a lot of intelligence take a hard look at that. And I would just say at this point, it's inconclusive, although the weight of evidence seems to indicate natural, but we don't know for certain.
So the key word here is natural, which has two meanings. This could mean it turned up organically at the wet market, which the theory we've heard most often. But it could also mean that it was a naturally occurring virus that was being studied in this Wuhan lab, and it accidentally infected a worker who spread it outside the lab. And the third thing we should note is this phrasing also indicates the U.S. doesn't have evidence that it was a man-made bioweapon.
How's China responding to this talk in the U.S.?
Well, not well. The top scientist at this lab has vigorously denied the lab had any involvement. We've heard top Chinese scientists say that while, yes, there were cases at the Wuhan market originally, they say it's far from clear that the virus originated there or even in China at all. Our NPR colleague, Emily Feng, has been in Wuhan, and she says it's quite common on the street to hear the Chinese blaming the U.S. as the source, and they often cite these world military games that were held in Wuhan last October, an explanation that obviously doesn't fly in the U.S.
So, Greg, what are the potential consequences if the origin of the virus is traced to this lab or any lab rather than a public market? What does that mean?
Well, potentially there could be lots of ramifications. China has undertaken this huge effort to reshape the narrative. It's presenting itself as overcoming the virus, as restarting its economy despite the bad numbers we heard today, and also making protective gear to help the world. So this attempt to lead a global recovery would be undercut if it turns out that China's been engaged in a cover-up of some sort. And remember, the U.S.-China relationship was very strained before the coronavirus, and this could get even worse. So a lot could hinge on determining exactly how this virus began.
All right, NPR's national security correspondent, Greg Myrie, we appreciate you following this story for us, Greg. Thanks.
My pleasure.
The White House and congressional leaders say they are getting close to agreeing on a new round of coronavirus relief funding.
That's right. It would be about $450 billion. And here's House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking yesterday on ABC's This Week.
Everything we've done
3 bills in March were all bipartisan. This interim package will be too, and the businesses will have the money in a timely fashion.
All right, I want to bring in NPR congressional correspondent Kelsey Snell, who is looking into all of this. Hi, Kelsey.
Hey, good morning.
Okay, so what is in this latest round of relief in this package here?
Well, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin said over the weekend that they were narrowing in on a deal and that it would include around $300 billion in additional money for the forgivable small business loans. Those are the Paycheck Protection Program that we've heard a lot about. The original $350 billion approved, that all ran out in less than 2 weeks, even with that rocky rollout that was making a lot of news. This also includes $50 billion for small business disaster loans and $75 billion about in emergency funding for hospitals. I'm told over the weekend that the last bit of negotiating was over the details of about $25 billion in testing. And Mnuchin says that he thinks that this could be done early this week. He mentioned today in the Senate, but we'd actually have to see the legislation first before that can happen.
So getting close, though, it sounds like.
Yeah.
What about state governments, local governments? Are they going to get anything out of this?
Yeah, I think it's really notable that there is nothing in here for states and local governments. The National Governors Association was asking for $500 billion to help them with budget stabilization primarily. And that's something Democrats really wanted. But I think it's the strongest evidence yet that without this in there, there has to be another larger package. That's something that lawmakers have acknowledged for some time. And the staff that I talked to over the weekend called this latest pot of money more of a gap filler than an actual new package of money. And, that's the kind of moment we're in, to put it in context. Nearly $500 billion is a gap filler. I know these numbers can be hard to put into context, right?
Yeah.
But that number that we're talking about, a gap filler, is half of the entire first bank bailout in 2008.
That's amazing. I mean, yeah, $2 trillion was the first injection, right. And now another $450 billion that's a gap filler, and you're saying it could keep going.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The people I talked to in Congress say that they expect that there will have to be additional relief.
So assuming there is this agreement coming up sometime this week, I mean, can you predict how the vote will go? Is it just going to be an easy thing, or could there be some discussion?
It's hard to say right now exactly how the vote will go because we don't exactly know what format the vote will take. As Nancy Pelosi mentioned in that clip we already heard, the original couple packages went through on bipartisan lines, but there have been some objections to trying to approve even more money in that way. Yesterday afternoon, House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer told members that they could vote as early as Wednesday morning, but they have to give them 24 hours advance notice. So this is all a process of waiting to see who will object to possibly a voice vote like we saw in the past, and whether or not we're going to have to get all these members of Congress back to Washington.
Which would be amazing. NPR congressional reporter Kelsey Snell. Kelsey, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so polling shows that a majority of Americans support these stay-at-home orders that we have seen. But over the weekend, groups of protesters in several states gathered for rallies demanding that these stay-at-home orders end.
Yeah, we saw these protests in California, Washington State, and Colorado, among other places. Our colleagues at Colorado Public Radio talked to a protester named Disa Hurt.
I'm watching businesses close. I'm watching friends lose their incomes and their livelihoods, and we just want to reopen Colorado. That's all we want.
Now, health experts say social distancing should continue for the next short or long while. They haven't really made that clear. President Trump has expressed support for these protests despite what health experts are saying.
And let's talk about these events with NPR's Joel Rose, who has been following them. Hi, Joel.
Hey, David.
So these have been pretty small, right? I mean, can you tell us what these protests feel like?
Yeah, I guess the protest in Denver yesterday was pretty typical. There were several hundred protesters on the hillside in front of the state capitol. Some of them were wearing masks and standing more than 6 feet apart, but many of them were not. There were also lots of protesters inside their cars who were honking in solidarity. The protesters say that these social distancing measures are an infringement on personal freedom and an economic hardship for a lot of people.
Well, what are governors saying in response to the demands from these protesters?
Well, mostly that they are also frustrated. They want to reopen their economies too, but they are balancing that, they say, against limiting the spread of the coronavirus and saving lives. The governors say they want to see data that shows the number of cases is falling in their states for at least 2 weeks. They also want to see more testing capacity before they start to relax these social distancing measures in their states. Otherwise, the governors worry that the virus will simply rebound as soon as these orders are lifted and could overwhelm hospitals if a lot of people get sick all at once.
It is hard not to ask you about politics here, only because, these protests are springing up around the country, but many of them in political battleground states. Is there some level of national coordination here?
Yeah, to some extent, there definitely is. There are some parallels to the beginning of the Tea Party a decade ago. That is according to people who've studied that movement. I talked to Theda Skocpol. She's a professor at Harvard and the author of a new book called Upending American Politics. And she thinks that the anger and the frustration behind these protests are real, but that they are also being orchestrated at the national level by some of the same conservative organizations that played a big role in the rise of the Tea Party.
They're sending cues to local activists that now is a good time to get out there and make a fuss. But I lean toward saying that right now, this is pretty engineered and pretty intended to create a media spectacle, that it's not some kind of organic wave.
Also, if you look closely at the Facebook pages and websites of these local activist groups, you see similar, virtually identical language in some cases. Also, we've heard strikingly similar talking points from activists at the various rallies themselves.
Well, you've been talking to some of the national conservative groups that have been supporting these protests, right?
Yes, I talked to one in particular called FreedomWorks. I talked to Adam Brandon, the president of FreedomWorks. And he said, yes, these new protests do share a lot of the same DNA, as he put it, as the Tea Party.
Many of these events have organizers who have been trained and come through our network. So we're in touch with them, giving them advice, sometimes support, helping them promote, but we're not actually hosting any of this. This is local people putting on all of these different events.
Brandon says it is time to start talking about how we are going to live with the coronavirus and also restart our economy. And he says these protests are helping to push that conversation along.
All right, NPR's Joel Rose for us this morning. Joel, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, at least 16 people, including a police officer, were killed in a mass shooting in Nova Scotia over the weekend. The suspected gunman was also killed.
Mass shootings are rare in Canada. This is the deadliest one in its history. Back in 1989, there was a mass shooting at a college in Montreal, and the whole country tightened its gun laws.
All right, we have reporter Emma Jacobs in Montreal. Hi, Emma.
Hi.
Can you tell us how this shooting rampage unfolded?
Yeah, so police first reported to multiple 911 calls about a shooting Saturday night. They found multiple casualties in and outside the home. According to Chief Superintendent Chris Leather, he spoke at a press conference on Sunday.
When police arrived at the scene, members located several casualties inside and outside of the home. This was a very quickly evolving situation and a chaotic scene.
And their initial search for the suspect, it led to multiple sites in the area that were on fire. And by the morning, they had publicly identified who they were looking for. Gabriel Wortman, police shared that he was dressed like an RCMP officer. And, the RCMP, I should say, is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Part of the time, at least in this manhunt, he was driving a car that looked like a police vehicle. The manhunt ended in a confrontation near a rest stop outside Halifax. There was an exchange of fire with police, and it was shared later in the day that Wortman had died and that a policewoman had died. Her name is Heidi Stevenson. She had been with the RCMP for 23 years and had 2 kids.
Wow. I mean, this is just tragic. You got a guy running around shooting people dressed like an officer in a car that looks like a police vehicle. What do we know about this suspected gunman here?
Yeah, so the chief superintendent said that speaks to a certain amount of premeditation, that he had this equipment. He is 51. Wortman apparently worked as a denturist, that is making dentures. And the CBC has reported that he lived part-time in Halifax and part-time in the small town where this all began, called Portapique.
So, as Noelle mentioned, I mean, these kinds of shootings don't happen often in Canada. I mean, this must be a difficult moment for the country. What are officials saying?
Well, again, police have not shared what they think his motive was. They do know that some of the victims don't appear to have been known to him. They seem random. and they're going to be sharing more, obviously, as the investigation unfolds. On Sunday, Nova Scotia Premier Stephen McNeil called this, quote, one of the most senseless acts of violence in our province's history.
All right, again, we're reporting on that tragedy in Canada. 16 people, including a police officer, killed in a mass shooting in Nova Scotia over the weekend. Reporter Emma Jacobs in Montreal. Emma, thank you so much.
Thank you.
President Trump says he will temporarily suspend immigration into this country because of the coronavirus.
That's right. He tweeted this late last night. There are not many details, but the administration has been using the pandemic to justify more restrictions on immigration.
NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez is covering this one. Hey, Franco.
Hello.
All right, so we have a tweet coming late at night. Do we have anything else in the way of details here?
Not much. In the tweet, he said, and I'll let me read it. In light of the attack from the invisible enemy, as well as the need to protect the jobs of our great American citizens, I will be signing an executive order to temporarily suspend immigration to the United States. So, it's not uncommon for him to break news via tweet, but he did not say what the measure would entail, how it would be implemented, or how long it would be in place. We have reached out to the White House for more information. We expect to learn more today.
Franco, I wonder, is there a legal basis for what the president is doing, or is this going to be challenged in court immediately, like so many of his other orders on immigration have been?
Yeah, we still have so much to learn about what this actually is, but the courts have in the past upheld moves by the president to limit certain kinds of entry into the United States. Take the travel ban, blocking people from, several Muslim majority countries, and Congress has given the president broad authorities in terms of immigration and protecting the border. It is safe to say that advocacy groups, for example, though, are already speaking with their lawyers about what legal challenges they may have, as you note. And I've already heard from some of them, groups like Amnesty International, who are very concerned about this action.
You mentioned there are already in this administration restrictions on immigration. And on top of that, Franco, the pandemic would seem to have changed the way people move, at least for the moment. What immigration is there to put a stop to right now?
Yeah, that's right. This is certainly the most wide-ranging move that the president has announced to crack down on immigration as the coronavirus outbreak continues. But as you know, he's taken other steps. He's imposed restriction on people who have traveled anywhere in China recently from coming to the United States. He's largely banned foreign nationals from traveling from Europe to the United States. He's also issued emergency powers to, in many ways, close the southern border to asylum seekers and those trying to cross illegally.
The president said in his tweet that he's doing this to protect American jobs. Now, the U.S. has more than 20 million people out of work at this point. Is there some aspect of this that makes sense?
Well, those close to the president on this issue, take Laura Ingraham of Fox News, have been pushing for this in light of that record unemployment. A source close to the administration tells me that there will, though, be limits on who is impacted, such as farm workers. Remember, the State Department announced last month that it was stepping up the processing of guest workers who are here to pick fruits and vegetables for the United States. These measures are unlikely to impact those guest workers, as the president has made very clear that he will protect the supply chain. He wants to make sure that there are food on the grocery store shelves. But there's still a lot of questions.
A lot that we don't know yet. NPR's Franco Ordonez. Thanks, Franco.
Thank you.
The United States does not have enough coronavirus tests. And until we do, governors across the country say they cannot or will not lift lockdown orders.
Now, the White House keeps denying this. Last night at the White House press briefing, Vice President Pence said there are enough tests. This whole testing mess has been going on for weeks now. Reports of a new rapid coronavirus test had given us some hope, but now NPR has learned that test might not always be reliable.
Health correspondent Rob Stein broke this story. He's with us now. Hey, Rob.
Good morning.
All right, tell me about this test.
It's called the Abbott ID Now test, and it's gotten a lot of attention because it's so fast. It can produce results in less than 15 minutes. And President Trump has bragged about it a lot at his White House briefing. And lots of people have been talking about how it might help, reopen the country.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, it appears it can miss more infected people than the other tests. I found out about this from Gary Prokop. He's a top medical testing expert at the Cleveland Clinic. He shared with NPR the results of what could be the biggest study so far to take a look at this. He tested 239 samples with the ID Now test and 4 other commonly used tests. He said the ID Now test produced the most false negatives in his study. It detected only a little more than 85% of the positive specimens.
So that means if you had 100 patients that were positive, 15% of those patients would be falsely called negative. They'd be told that they're negative for COVID when they're really positive.
So wait, 15 out of 100 people who test negative, who think they're fine, could actually be infected with the virus?
Yeah. And the concern is that, they could unknowingly spread it to other people. Right now the test is still a minority of the tests being conducted, but 50,000 of these tests are being produced each day, and that's increasing really fast. So for one thing, Prokop says that makes it really dangerous to use this test to decide whether it's safe, for example, to, start letting patients back into hospitals, like for elective surgeries. Let's listen a little bit to what he said about that.
If you have a patient coming in the hospital and you're going to put them into what has been determined to be a COVID-free ward, you have to have the most sensitive test available. Because once you put somebody with COVID into a COVID-free ward, it's no longer a COVID-free ward anymore. It's your new COVID ward.
So Prokop says his hospital has stopped using the test that way. And same goes with another test that looks like it's producing false negatives in more than 10% of cases. Instead, they're going with the other test that he tested that hit the mark between 96 and 100% of the time. Prokop, he also worries about the fast test giving people a false sense of security outside the hospital.
The company that makes the test, Abbott, you said they're called. What do they say? What did they tell you?
Abbott says the test is very reliable and any problems are not being caused by the test, but by specimens being diluted instead of going directly into the Abbott machines like they're supposed to. But Prokop says the company needs to prove that. And another researcher I talked to says he accounted for that and still found a higher rate of false negatives. Now, Prokop stresses that the test can still be very useful as long as people realize it might not be 100% reliable, and all tests can produce false negatives if the sample isn't collected the right way or at the right time. And just because someone tests negative one day, that doesn't mean they won't get infected the next day. So it's important to remember that.
Yeah, fair enough. NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Thanks, Rob.
No problem. You bet.
All right, something absolutely wild is happening with the price of oil.
Yeah, you can say that again. For the first time in history, oil prices went negative yesterday. That means the traders were essentially paying people to take their oil contracts.
NPR's Camilla Domonoske is on the line. She covers energy for our business desk. Good morning, Camilla.
Good morning, all.
So what happened? Why on earth did oil prices go negative?
So you ever tried to sell something on Craigslist and you weren't getting any biters and you had to move out tomorrow? So you have to sell no matter what. You might wind up having to pay someone to take your sofa away, even though it's a perfectly nice sofa. That's basically what happened to West Texas Intermediate crude yesterday. Specifically, investors holding futures contracts. So an agreement for oil to be delivered in the future, in this case in May. They have a deadline. They have to sell that contract by today or the actual oil shows up on their doorstep. And if you're an investor who bought that contract in order to sell it, you don't actually want that oil. You don't have somewhere to store it. You have to find someone who does want it to buy it from you. And normally that's not a problem because plenty of people want oil. But during this pandemic, things are different. I talked to Bob Iacchino. He's a co-founder of Path Trading Partners. And he said this.
If somebody were to say to a refinery here, just take my oil for free, and they would say, well, where am I going to put it? That space doesn't exist.
Tanks are already full because of the pandemic. People are driving less. People are flying less. We're using way less oil, but it's still getting pumped. So it's just building up in these huge stockpiles. If that means that you don't have any buyers at $0 and you're up against this deadline, you have to go lower than zero.
Why is it still getting pumped? If no one's using oil, why take it out of the ground?
Right. So for a while, you might remember Russia and Saudi Arabia had this price war going on. That's actually over now, but even that change isn't enough to balance the markets. Basically, demand dropped so fast because of this pandemic that the market wasn't able to keep up with it. It costs money for a producer to shut a well down. Sometimes it can be hard to get a well back up and running after you've shut it down, so nobody wants to do that, and they'll put it off doing it if they can. And eventually, the low prices will cause production to be reduced across the globe, whether people want to or not, but it's going to take time, and it just hasn't been able to happen fast enough.
Is there anything that the federal government could do to stabilize the market?
President Trump talked about this yesterday at his press conference. There are some options that are being floated. Filling the strategic reserve, which means the U.S. government buying a bunch of oil. Congress didn't fund it the last time Trump wanted that to happen. Of course, prices being negative is an unusual situation.
Sure.
To be clear, most crude still does cost money. Like a sofa that is usually valuable, you will pay money for crude. But in specific instances where supply is short or you don't have somewhere to store it, it is going negative. So you could buy crude, you could lease out space in the strategic reserves, you could block shipments of Saudi crude, which would reduce supply. Really, there are some unprecedented options on the table here. Things that once would have been unheard of are being discussed. But the oil industry is divided on whether they want these particular interventions.
Okay, NPR's Camilla Dominowski. Thanks so much, Camilla.
Yeah, thank you.
First, he announced it in a tweet, and then at yesterday's task force briefing at the White House, President Trump detailed his plans to temporarily block some immigrants from coming into the United States.
Right. His plan is basically that no new green cards would be issued for 60 days. The president says the point is to protect American citizens from losing their jobs to immigrants. It's worth noting that the White House has put other restrictions on immigration during the COVID-19 outbreak.
And let's talk this through with NPR's John Burnett, who is on the line from Austin, Texas. He covers immigration. Hi there, John.
Morning, David.
So as Noel said, there were already other restrictions in place during this pandemic outbreak. So who exactly will be impacted by this latest order from the president?
Right. So what Trump said is that people moving to this country to seek permanent residency will have to wait for at least 60 days, and he may decide to extend that further. But the thing is, David, this is the suspension of legal immigration he's always wanted. He says immigrants who have the right skills should be let in, but he doesn't like immigrants coming to the U.S. just because they have family members already living here. The expectation of this order got human rights activists sputtering in rage. One example, American Gateways here in Austin said the policy doesn't help workers, it's xenophobic and ignorant, and is being used to scapegoat immigrants. But it's not really as extensive as we expected, because a class of temporary workers, such as immigrants who harvest our food, can keep coming.
Huh. Well, if it wasn't as restrictive as expected, I mean, how many lives are we talking about here that could be affected?
Well, the U.S. gives out hundreds of thousands of green cards every year to people who want to come here. But remember that much of the immigration system had already been shut down because of this pandemic. Visa services at all U.S. embassies and consulates around the world have been suspended. Travel from Europe and China is stopped. Refugee resettlement is frozen. The northern and southern borders have been closed to all but essential traffic, and crossings there have plummeted by 70%.
I mean, the president has brought up immigration before in the context of this pandemic. Can you give us just the reality check? Like, what is happening at the border? I mean, it has been such a focus of Trump's.
Yeah. Well, Trump has effectively shut out people who come to the U.S. border asking for asylum. And here again, that's been another long-time goal of this White House. Immigration agents are using an order from the CDC to immediately expel anyone who crosses the border without authorization. They say it's needed to protect America from immigrants who may be carrying the virus. This means whether it's an undocumented immigrant crossing the border to look for work or seek asylum, they're being processed, turned around, and sent home, sometimes inside of 2 hours. Customs and Border Protection reports that nearly 14,000 people have been expelled since the CDC order went into effect a month ago. This has really riled up critics. They say the U.S. has effectively canceled asylum, and that's against the law. Here's Andrew Seeley. He's president of the Nonpartisan Migration Policy Institute in Washington.
The administration has clearly gotten what they wanted on border control. And the question will be, do they let up on this as the pandemic passes Or was this really just a convenient way of getting what they always wanted, which is making it almost impossible to get across the U.S. border, even to request asylum?
And Seeley thinks the government will find a way to keep these exclusionary border rules in place right on through the end of Trump's term in office.
All right, NPR's John Burnett speaking to us from Austin, Texas. John covers immigration for NPR. Thanks so much, John.
You bet, David.
All right, so the Senate has passed a new coronavirus relief bill that's worth almost $500 billion. This package contains more money to help small businesses, as well as money for hospitals and more testing. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell applauded both parties for coming together to pass this.
After one of these bipartisan agreements, there are always a lot of claims about who won and who lost, but I think the American people are the ones who won.
NPR congressional reporter Claudia Grisales has been following this one. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, Noelle.
Okay, so this new bill adds about $300 billion for small businesses. Why did lawmakers make small business the priority?
Well, small businesses, where their loan program was established in a previous $2 trillion bill that Congress approved last month. It was very popular. So popular, it ran out of money recently. So the administration called for new funds. They started out asking for $250 billion to replenish this program. And the plan grew. This bill grew over the last few weeks. We should note that the House still has to pass it. They're taking this measure up tomorrow, but both parties are on board. That all said, even as lawmakers have rushed to make this infusion for small businesses, there's projections that the funds could run out of money yet again just days after they approve it.
Well, some of these concerns are real. In the first round of small business relief, there were some huge companies that got loans. Shake Shack is one that we know because they gave $10 million back, right? This made a lot of people angry. Has the administration addressed that at all or said, we have a plan to keep that from happening again?
Yes, Republicans and Democrats alike have conceded this was an error in how this program was planned out, allowing these larger businesses to pull these loans. Now, even President Trump is urging more of these larger businesses to give the money back. And now Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin is looking for ways to address this. He issued a warning to these larger businesses who take advantage of the small business loans. Let's take a listen.
There are severe consequences for people who don't test properly to this certification. And again, we want to make sure this money is available to small businesses that need it, people who have invested their entire life savings.
So now lawmakers are saying with a new round of money for these small business loans, they've installed a series of new provisions in this bill that they are poised to pass this week. And they say they'll be better prepared this time to ensure these smaller businesses get to take advantage of this newest wave of money.
Okay, and in the meantime, lawmakers are already talking about the next wave of relief legislation. What do we know about that?
Yes, we know there's a lot of wish lists out there for this next wave of funding that could be considered in the coming weeks. President Trump has his list. He's hoping to see infrastructure, payroll tax cut, among other measures. Democrats have theirs. They want to address this dire situation with states and local governments that are forecasting massive budget shortfalls. And they want to address worker protections, healthcare workers, child care, array of other issues. But that all said, Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is warning against how these next steps are taken for this next massive bill. He's worried about this ongoing spending spree, and he was asked about this yesterday after the passage of the latest coronavirus relief bill, and he said Congress shouldn't take up any measures until they're back in session, and they need to consider the amount of debt they're adding. So lots of moving parts here.
NPR's congressional reporter Claudia Grisales. Thanks, Claudia.
Thank you.
All right, even with this coronavirus outbreak continuing, Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp wants to allow certain businesses in his state to reopen this week.
That's right. On Friday, bowling alleys, gyms, and salons will be allowed to open. And then on Monday, restaurants and theaters. Now, all these businesses still have to follow social distancing and cleaning rules, but Georgians definitely have feelings about this.
All right, let's turn to Emma Hurt from member station WABE in Atlanta. She's with us. Good morning, Emma.
Good morning.
So your state was one of the last, I believe, to go into lockdown about 3 weeks ago. Now one of the first to start trying to reopen. What is the governor saying about why so quickly?
Yeah, so the governor's pointing really to the guidelines that the White House released last week, outlining when states can consider reopening their economies. By the end of this week, the state is projected to hit 2 full weeks of declining positive cases and declining emergency room visits for flu-like illnesses. Georgia's been able to add hospital beds. Kemp says he feels more confident that the state is getting better at testing, which has been a problem, and the state is expanding contact tracing too. He says we have enough masks and equipment for healthcare workers to handle another surge from here, and he said he understood that very well may happen as a result.
Oh, so he's not ruling out the possibility of another surge. I mean, so what is his argument here? Is this largely economic, that this has just been too much of a hit on businesses and the economy?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of businesses here in Georgia, just like across the country, really suffering and fighting to stay afloat that haven't gotten federal small business loans. And this reopening would give them the chance to make some money. Of course, just because Kemp says they can doesn't mean that they will. We've started compiling a list at WABE of a lot of restaurants who are going to stay closed or stay takeout only. Kemp said himself that the private sector is going to have to convince people it's safe to come back. I talked to one barbershop owner in Atlanta, TJ Johnson. He says none of his 12 barbers or their clients will feel safe to come in this week.
Right now, we are in very close proximity with the client. We are in their faces. Even with masks, there's no way for us even to test them.
He's planning to open his doors on Friday just in case, but is really not convinced there'll be any business. He said he doesn't feel safe cutting people's hair right now, nor does he have the things the state is suggesting they use to stay safe, like temperature checking equipment and masks.
So it sounds like people are still really worried. And I mean, we've gotten all of these warnings from public health officials saying, don't do this too early. So what are public health officials, what are state, city leaders saying about the decision here?
Yeah, so public health experts, a major hospital system leader I spoke with, are all urging people to take ownership for what they're doing. Keep up the social distance, wear a mask, don't go out if you don't feel safe. And at the state level, they're urging an emphasis on testing and contact tracing. Here in Georgia, less than 1% of the population has been tested, and hospitals still can't get all the tests they need. Politically, many Georgia mayors and Democratic leaders quickly responded, calling it reckless and dangerous. In Albany, in southwest Georgia, Mayor Bo Dura, his community has one of the highest per capita COVID rates in the U.S., and here's his advice for his community.
They pull in their teens and their 20s, they can have the virus and not be symptomatic at all, but they can also infect other people. So please continue to exercise the precautions, even though it might be permissible.
This state order also, I should say, supersedes any local emergency regulations, so mayors really don't have any power in this instance. And across the border in South Carolina, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is worried too. He tweeted that he is concerned Georgia is moving too fast and that this will have an effect on his state as well.
All right, Emma Hurt with member station WABE in Atlanta. We thank you so much, Emma. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Some states are announcing their plans to gradually reopen.
Right, and Georgia is one of the first here. The governor there, Brian Kemp, will allow some businesses to reopen starting tomorrow. The White House has recommended that before states start to reopen, they demonstrate a downward trajectory of COVID cases over 14 days, and also they should have the capacity to treat all patients and test healthcare workers. So is Georgia there yet?
NPR's Allison Aubrey has been looking into it. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Noelle.
So based on those White House guidelines, is Georgia ready?
Not yet. According to the infectious disease experts I've spoken to in Georgia, they do agree that the data show the state is moving in the right direction, but Georgia has not met the criteria outlined in the administration's guidance, and both Anthony Fauci and President Trump weighed in last night with their concerns. The president said he strongly disagrees with Governor Brian Kemp's decision to open businesses so soon. Now, Kemp cited favorable data pointing to a decline in ER visits, a flattening of cases. But one trigger laid out in this phased approach to reopening is a sustained 14-day decline in new cases, and Georgia is not there.
And the other aspect of this is testing, right? So can we say simply, does Georgia have enough tests?
No, overall, there's not enough testing in Georgia that's been completed, and in many other places too. I mean, there's been such a debate about this. The Trump administration says there's plenty of capacity. Many experts and state officials say there's shortages. But one solid gauge of whether a state is doing enough testing is to look at the positive rate in tests. The more tests that come back positive, the less likely a state is doing enough testing. The World Health Organization says a 10% positive rate is a good benchmark, and as a nation, we have a 20% rate. In Georgia, the positive rate is 23%. Other states even higher. Massachusetts and New York have been at about 25, 30% in recent days. Now, the administration has acknowledged that this 10% threshold is a good metric. And last night, both Vice President Pence and Surgeon General Jerome Adams talked about the importance of expanding testing in nursing homes and in minority communities.
In minority communities, because we know at this point that the virus seems to be affecting Black Americans more severely. Now, bigger picture question, Georgia's population is about 32% Black. You've been speaking to people there. Is Georgia taking this threat seriously?
Well, I spoke to Lorraine Cochran-Johnson. She is a commissioner in DeKalb County. That's the metro Atlanta area. She is all too aware of these disparities. Around the country, African Americans have disproportionately ended up in the hospital with serious illness from this virus.
In DeKalb County, Georgia, the top 5 zip codes for COVID-19 known cases are amongst our areas with the highest concentration of African Americans. So when you look at the numbers, they're very revealing.
Now, around the country, about 1 in 3 cases is among African Americans, and there are, several reasons for this. One is that African Americans make up a large share of the workforce, service sector jobs you can't do from home. So employees in these jobs are at higher risk of exposure. And Cochran-Johnson says it's just premature to open businesses in Georgia.
I don't want people forced with a situation where once these businesses open, they are forced back into the workforce and not allowed to continue sheltering in place. Because in all honesty, we still have a long way to go.
This sentiment is echoed by many public health officials. And last night, Anthony Fauci said if governors and mayors don't follow the formula laid out in the guidelines in terms of the timing of phase reopening, it's likely that we'll have a rebound in cases.
All right. Justin Aubrey, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Is China's government legally responsible for the spread of the coronavirus? According to Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt, it is.
Chinese authorities engaged in a campaign of deceit, inaction by these authorities that directly led to this vicious virus spreading around the globe, and Missouri has not been immune to that.
So this Attorney General Schmidt is suing China in Missouri. Mississippi's Attorney General says her state is going to do the same thing. And here's the thing, though. U.S. states just don't typically sue other countries. So what power do they actually have here?
Frank Morris of member station KCUR in Kansas City, Missouri, has been following this story. Hey, Frank.
Hey, Noelle.
So what is the basis of Missouri's lawsuit against China?
Well, the Attorney General here, Eric Schmidt, is laying the entire blame for the pandemic, every bit of the death and financial destruction, squarely on China. He claims that from the onset of the virus in December and January, China destroyed medical research and arrested whistleblowers. It allowed thousands of people to leave Wuhan after it was clear that a highly infectious disease had broken out there.
As David mentioned, this is extraordinarily rare for a U.S. state to just sue another country. Can it be done?
Well, it's certainly unusual. Tom Ginsburg, a law professor at the University of Chicago, says the case raises a huge jurisdictional issue.
Sovereign immunity. That's the word that we use for the principle that states can't be sued in each other's courts. Governments cannot be sued in courts of other governments.
The statute here is the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, but it does have narrow exceptions, and that's why Schmidt isn't just suing China. He's suing 3 Chinese government agencies, a province, the city of Wuhan, a lab, a science agency, and the Communist Party. That's where some of the exemptions to the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act come in. There's one exemption for commercial activity, and Schmidt says labs were engaged in some kind of commerce. There's another exemption for non-state actors, like the Communist Party. But even if the lawsuit clears the sovereign immunity hurdle, Missouri would still have to prove that what it says happened in China at the dawn of the pandemic actually happened and that it directly caused pain and suffering in Missouri. And even if the case gets past all of that and wins, there's no clear way for Missouri to collect any money from a lab in China or the Communist Party.
Right, because they're unlikely to say, yeah, sure, we're guilty, here's our money. So if none of this is likely to lead to anything, why is Missouri's Attorney General even bothering?
Well, Noelle, critics say it smacks of politics. It lets Schmidt, an elected official, do something about the pandemic. It fits neatly with Republican efforts in the Senate to strip some of China's sovereign immunity protection from this type of litigation. And it keeps the focus on China and its culpability in the pandemic while diverting attention from what critics would cite as Trump administration missteps, like downplaying the virus early on, the sluggish rollout of testing, and the splotchy allocation of medical equipment. As of yesterday afternoon, we're up to 6,137 COVID-19 cases in Missouri and 208 deaths.
Has China's government said anything about this lawsuit?
Just a little. A foreign ministry spokesman called the lawsuit absurd and said that the action had, quote, no factual or legal basis at all. He repeated China's defense of its response to the outbreak, but it's not clear whether or not China will contest the lawsuit in U.S. District Court in Missouri. Legal experts I've spoken with say that lawyers representing China will likely try to have it thrown out over the sovereign immunity issue.
Okay, Frank Morris in Kansas City, Missouri, with member station KCUR. Thanks for the reporting, Frank.
You bet, Noelle King. You take care of yourself.
All right, a big question here. When will a vaccine be ready? Scientists around the world are working as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and some vaccine developers are already testing on humans. But even if these initial tests go smoothly, we probably won't have a vaccine for widespread distribution for many months. So experts are saying that it is important to start planning right now for the day when a vaccine does become available, because not everyone is going to have access to it right away.
NPR science correspondent Joe Palca has been covering this. Joe, let's jump right in. Vaccine developers are getting ready for the day we have a vaccine. What are they getting ready for exactly?
Well, they're going to have to think about how you're going to make it. I mean, let's say a vaccine sails through the testing. Okay, great. But suddenly we need 1 billion doses. Well, you can't just press a button overnight. You have to start building manufacturing capacity now. And the interesting thing is that companies are doing that, but some of them know that the vaccine that they're going to be making will never make it to market, but they're still going to build these facilities. So you have to build capacity and take a risk.
And then when we do have a vaccine, is it as easy as just giving it to everyone?
Yeah, it's not, obviously. I talked to Bruce Gallen about that. He's head of global immunization at the Sabin Vaccine Institute. And he says that when the vaccine is first available, supplies will be limited. But demand, obviously, will be high. So how do you manage that? Well, Gallen used to work in government and said that when there was a threat of a major flu pandemic, they discussed how to prioritize who goes first.
Clearly, among the top were healthcare workers and people who provide community services, the things that keep society going. There's the security sector, whether that's national security or the military.
And then there's the people who are part of society's critical infrastructure. And as we're learning, they might not be people who necessarily spring to mind as critical. I mean, I'm talking about grocery store employees, delivery truck drivers, people who stock shelves. So then when you think about in health terms, you have to think about who's most vulnerable to infection. Maybe the elderly should get the vaccine first, or maybe it's something to decide on who's the sickest. So there's a lot of questions to answer.
Including how you pay for this, right? Because it sounds like it's going to be expensive.
Yes, it's going to be very expensive. I mean, billions and billions. And that may not be such a huge problem for developed countries. But what about low-resource countries? I mean, there are questions of equity. There are questions of self-interest, too. I mean, the virus doesn't know anything about borders. And once global travel starts again, people can go anywhere in a matter of hours. So you could possibly have it reintroduced into this country. So there's going to have to be discussions about how you do it, how it's paid for, who's going to pay for it, and how to make sure that everybody in the world gets a chance to get their hands on it and receive it when and if it starts to work.
NPR science correspondent Joe Palca. Joe, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
NPR has new reporting on a Centers for Disease Control and Prevention plan that was meant to contain the coronavirus before it got out of control in the United States. Now, back in February, let's remember, most people could not get tested. There just weren't enough tests. The CDC's plan at the time was that 6 cities would get tests. They would test even people with mild symptoms to see if they were infected and determine if the virus was spreading. The problem was the CDC was just really slow. So what happened? Well, we want to ask NPR science correspondent Lauren Sommer, who has been looking into that question. Hi, Lauren.
Good morning.
So remind us first how this was supposed to work.
Yeah, so these cities, and the ones the CDC announced in mid-February were Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Seattle, with Honolulu added a little bit later. They all work with the CDC already to track the flu. So the idea was to piggyback on that system and run some of those flu samples from patients for coronavirus too. It's what's known as sentinel surveillance. Now, the idea was to test patients with mild symptoms who didn't meet the CDC guidelines for testing at the time. I mean, remember, this was early on when coronavirus testing was extremely limited.
Yeah.
That's because most states, they couldn't run the CDC's tests in February because of problems with the test kits. So there was a lot of concern that if people were getting coronavirus in their communities, it would go undetected because almost nobody could get a test. But even a month after the CDC announced this, only one of those cities actually had any test results from these surveillance projects.
Wow, so this just wasn't getting up and running at all in the way it was expected. So talk about what was behind these delays.
Yeah, and a good city to look at is Los Angeles. County health officials there were in discussions with the hospital to do this testing, but the hospital's board declined, actually, over concerns it would stigmatize the hospital if it was found there. Because remember, there was only one case in the county at the time. Testing only got underway when another hospital reached out. LA County USC Medical Center felt like they were flying blind, they told me, not being able to test mild patients. They ran the surveillance testing, which showed coronavirus was spreading in the community. That was information that officials used. They put in one of the earliest orders in the country for residents to stay home, which happened 3 days after the testing wrapped up.
So what was happening in these other cities?
Yeah, most were also struggling to get it going. For example, New York City, they didn't get results from this sentinel testing until March 31st. Now, I couldn't get more information about why it took so long. The city is obviously overwhelmed right now. But at that point, the surveillance was just too late to be useful. There were already 40,000 cases. Seattle tried to get going in February by using an academic lab, but the CDC didn't approve it at the time, and it took another month to get started after that.
So, Lauren, I know there's no way to really know, but can we speculate about what difference this might have made if this testing had gotten going when it was supposed to?
Yeah, it's hard to say, of course. I asked the CDC that. They said they didn't think it would have made a difference, and the delays were happening because it was an entirely new virus they were dealing with. But from what I've found, it's clear that having this hard data that the community spread was happening, it really spurred some cities to act. And according to epidemiologists, weeks, even days made a difference. The places that had those earlier stay-at-home orders, they seem to have done better and avoided having their medical systems be overwhelmed.
All right, NPR science reporter Lauren Sommer. Lauren, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
So as we know, nurses are regularly risking their lives to treat coronavirus patients.
Yep, and a union that represents many of those nurses just released a survey. And the survey says more than 80% of nurses say they still don't have enough protective equipment.
Yeah, and health reporter Will Stone got a first look at this survey, and he joins us from Seattle. Hi, Will.
Good morning.
So tell us more about what you're seeing in these responses from nurses.
It's a snapshot of what nurses are going through. The Service Employees International Union surveyed more than 1,000 nurses who they represent. The big takeaway is that most don't feel safe. More than 80% said they still don't have enough protective equipment like masks and gowns. And we know a lot of Americans have had trouble being tested, but these are healthcare workers, and 85% of the nurses said they can't get tested quickly. And the vast majority say their hospitals don't have enough staff for a surge of patients. Obviously, it's a concern that we're a few months into this pandemic and nurses are still reporting problems with safety gear, with testing, and with staffing. And we know from a CDC report that at least 9,000 healthcare workers have gotten infected with the coronavirus, and 27 have died from this disease. And that's probably a big undercount.
I mean, this is stunning, right? You've got the union obviously concerned about keeping their workers safe, which is a huge concern. But these aren't just any workers; these are nurses on the front lines. What do these responses tell us about the rest of the country?
Well, I talked to the president of SEIU about the implications, about how states like Georgia are moving toward relaxing stay-at-home guidance so that some people can go back to work. The president is Mary Kay Henry, and she says figuring out if we have enough supplies to protect healthcare workers has to be part of the planning.
We need to lift the restrictions when it's safe, but we're still in a crisis. I've heard from healthcare employers, we are going to crush registered nurses and healthcare workers if we return to work too soon and the pandemic crests again.
And she says it's the federal government that's responsible ultimately for making sure the hospitals are well stocked, not just for nurses, but for all essential workers. She wants the Trump administration to take the lead, require more production of masks and of tests.
Well, I know you've been talking to nurses for weeks now. What are you taking away from the conversations you have with them?
Many of them are scared and worn down, like Maria Gray. She's a nurse in Missouri. She told me she lost her job at the hospital after demanding a better mask. I actually spoke to her as she was driving to a vigil for a nurse who she worked with who died after treating a coronavirus patient.
As a nurse, you give so much to serve others. You care so much about others, and you should be protected to do your job, so it really hurts. It really hurts.
And she's not alone in those feelings. Now, there has been, a lot of public support, people donating masks and cheering healthcare workers. But a lot of nurses are still feeling abandoned by their managers, by the government, and they don't know when things are going to change. And the talk about reopening makes them afraid it might even get worse.
Reporter Will Stone. Thanks so much, Will.
Thank you.
So 3.5 million homeowners are skipping their mortgage payments because they have been hurt financially by this pandemic.
Yeah, that's according to new numbers out this morning. Now, Congress told lenders to let homeowners miss payments or make partial payments for up to a year if they needed to. But a lot of people are now being told that those missed payments will ultimately result in a giant bill that they won't be able to afford.
And NPR's Chris Arnold has been looking at all of this. Hi, Chris.
Hey, David.
Talk about some of the experiences that people are going through here.
The best way to introduce you to this is to introduce you to one couple that I talked to on Long Island. And Jasmine Esposito, she lost most of her income. She worked in music events and tours, and that's all shut down, of course. And her husband, Frank Gullo, worked for the LIRR, the Long Island Railroad. He had his hours cut. And so they called up their lender, Freedom Mortgage, and they said, look, Congress has this program, help us, and we need some help. And they were told, okay, look, you can skip 3 months of payments, but at the end of that, you're going to have to pay that all back. So you have your fourth month of payments plus the 4 payments all at once. In their case, that's $14,000.
Wow.
$14,000 in one shot to come up with a balloon payment of that much.
Possible.
It is impossible.
Where's this pile of money? Is this going to magically appear from
if everyone's lost their job at this point? So I said, how is that helping? That's doing the exact opposite. That's putting people in further debt once we get out of this.
And, Frank is exactly right. The way he's looking at it, Congress set up this program because it's good for the economy. If we want a quick recovery, we need people financially intact so they can go out and spend money and resume their regular lives, not mired in unnecessary debt.
Yeah, you say Frank is right. It sounds like he's right. If this program was set up to actually help people, it doesn't sound like it's turning out that way at all if you're expected to pay this massive sum all of a sudden.
Right. It's not the way it was supposed to happen, right? And why is this happening is not entirely clear. I mean, some advocates think that some of what's going on is that some of these mortgage companies are trying to scare people away from the program kind of intentionally, because if too many people stop paying, that creates cash flow problems for them. And Congress didn't come up with a good way to pay for this, and you might argue. And others say, no, look, it's just a big tangled mess with a lot of different rules and call center workers working from home and a big ball of confusion. We talked to Freedom Mortgage. We should say they say, quote, they're fully complying with the CARES Act. And also they say that to help people, the company is now offering, quote, all options currently allowed by the various government agencies.
So are there other options? Like, is there a way to fix this in a way that will actually help people?
Yeah, one thing that I'm hearing that's gaining traction is to make this much more simple, and that Congress could tweak this program and just have one default automatic repayment option that everybody gets put into. And it's one of the existing options. Frankly, this is what most people should be getting already, the vast majority of people. It's what homeowners like best. And what it is you take the missed payments and you move them to the back of the loan term. So, David, let's say you missed 6 payments, you got a 30-year loan. Now you got a 30-year loan plus 6 months. So way down the road, you would make those payments and pay them back. And, or when you refinance or sold your house. And so then you could go back to just making your regular monthly mortgage payment, the one you could afford. People don't have to be scared, because a lot of them are running away from this program and spending their retirement and ending up in debt. And that's not good for them. It's not good for the economy. And it's not what Congress intended.
All right. NPR's Chris Arnold. Thanks for that reporting, Chris.
Thanks, David.
What does Congress need to do to prepare the country to reopen?
Two former federal officials have some thoughts on this. Andy Slavitt led the agency that oversees the Affordable Care Act. Scott Gottlieb was President Trump's FDA chief. Together, they've written a letter to congressional leaders proposing $46 billion in public health investments. The program starts with a vastly expanded force of people who can do contact tracing to learn who has been exposed to the virus.
NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez was able to get a first look at the recommendations and is on the line. Franco, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
Hope you had a nice weekend. What makes a proposal from these particular ex-officials such a big deal?
Well, I mean, it's not every day that a former top official from the Trump administration teams up with a former top official from the Obama administration. Okay. And both of these guys are insiders. They have been advising lawmakers, the White House, as well as governors, but doing so separately. So really to pull together in a bipartisan way is significant. It increases their influence. It certainly shows how serious both of them are taking this, and it reflects how important it is to find common ground with so many various perspectives during this fight.
Well, when they find common ground, what does their proposal say?
Well, it says that they understand that it's important to reopen the economy as the administration wants and many governors want. And they argue it can be done safely, but that it's going to take a major investment to targeted areas of the public health system. For example, they say the existing public health system is only capable of providing, quote, a fraction of the contact tracing and voluntary self-isolation capabilities that you mentioned earlier needed to reopen the economy safely. Slavitt told me, there is no silver bullet, but if that we want to get back to a more normal existence, that the government needs to give states the tools to contain this virus. And they lined up a group of public health officials. It's not only them. Others include a former Bush FDA chief and a former Surgeon General in the Obama administration to push their cause.
Well, if we only have a fraction of the capability that we need, what would have to change to improve that?
Well, what they are specifically proposing for that $46 billion includes expanding the workforce that kind of tracks down the exposed individuals by 180,000 people. And that would be until a vaccine is brought to the market, which could be next year. It will also pay for hotels so that the infected and exposed people without a place to stay, without a place to self-isolate, have somewhere to go. Also, a good chunk of the money, about $30 billion, would go toward paying people actually for voluntary self-isolating. That proposal calls for paying these individuals kind of like $50 a day. It's kind of like jury duty.
And when you say 180,000 people hired to do contact tracing, that's an army of people across this country who would be doing that work. How does that fit in with what governors are doing, since they're the ones deciding whether to reopen the economy?
Yeah, they've really been struggling with how to do this and kind of, deal with these combating interests. A handful of states have already relaxed their social distancing guidelines: Alaska, Georgia, Tennessee. Others like North Carolina and Michigan have extended their restriction. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, she was on ABC this week defending her order to stay.
What we know is that we have to have robust testing. We have to have community tracing. We've got to have a plan for isolation for people that do get tested positive for COVID-19 in the future.
So it's interesting. She basically summed up what Slavitt and Gottlieb are proposing.
Yeah, you don't just need more testing, you need the capability to do something about what the testing reveals. Franco, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's NPR's Franco Ordonez. And you can hear an interview with Scott Gottlieb and Andy Slavitt about their proposal on today's Morning Edition. Residents of Georgia may go out for dinner and a movie tonight.
Yeah, Governor Brian Kemp has been lifting statewide restrictions there. Dine-in restaurants and theaters can reopen today if they want. Gyms, bowling alleys, and barbershops already have that permission. This is happening despite criticism from public health experts and President Trump himself, who said he was for Georgia's reopening before he was against it.
Emma Hurt from member station WABE in Atlanta has been covering the reopening and is on the line. Good morning.
Good morning.
First question, restaurants may reopen, but they know the risks. Are they choosing to reopen?
Yeah, so some are. One iconic restaurant chain here in Georgia right off the bat is Waffle House. They say they've been prepping for this day for weeks, and most of their 400 Georgia stores are going to open today. But it'll look a lot different. There'll be closed booths and seats blocked off so parties are further apart, no condiments or menus on tables. And Jerry Boss is their head of PR, and she told me this is almost an experiment because nobody knows how customers are going to react, if they're even going to come.
We're saying, hey, we're here, we're open, and we're here to serve our community as they need us.
She's making the point that this has been really hard on their furloughed employees and their suppliers. Their takeout business hasn't been great because a lot of their business is tied to late night concerts and bars, and they need a chance to try to find a way to open up safely.
Yeah, also, takeout waffles, they don't work all that well. Have some businesses just decided to stay closed?
Yeah, just look at another iconic Georgia chain, Chick-fil-A. They're staying curbside and drive-through. And I spent the weekend, Steve, calling all over the state, and it's difficult to find restaurants that are ready to open today, particularly in Atlanta. A lot of owners are saying it's just too early. Like Sylvester Serrano, he owns several restaurants with his brothers in South Georgia.
I just think it's too early. There's still a lot of cases, and there's more cases added every single day, so I just don't think it's right.
Many restaurants are bringing in some revenue from curbside and takeout, so unlike hair salons and tattoo parlors, there has been some business happening. Still worth noting, though, it's not easy for them to open right now. There's nearly 40 lines of regulations for restaurants to follow the state has released if they do want to open in this time, including masks and screening employees for symptoms. Theaters, as you mentioned, are technically allowed to open as well, but it's hard to find any that are. Film studios aren't releasing new movies right now, which could contribute to that.
Well, how was the weekend for the businesses that were allowed to open last week on Friday in Georgia, like gyms and bowling alleys? What's it been like there?
So the Georgia State Patrol, which is tasked with enforcing this, only issued 2 warnings over the weekend for social distancing violations. I checked back in with a tattoo parlor owner in Columbus in West Georgia that I interviewed last week. He said he's had nearly 50 customers, over the weekend, and everyone's been respecting his rules, wearing masks. I talked to a bowling alley in the city of Warner Robins in Middle Georgia. People have been respecting his rule too. Only taking staggered reservations so they can clean all the balls and surfaces. Only every third lane is open. And he's saying, again, look, businesses should be able to try to retool their business models to try to do things safely.
Emma Hurt of WABE will continue tracking that effort as it continues. Emma, thanks so much.
Thank you.
The pandemic has changed the way that many Americans live and, for those fortunate enough, work.
Sheltering in place has made us more self-reliant in some ways, but simultaneously, it's made us more dependent on technology. And a newfound vigilance against contagion is already changing the way we look at basic interactions like hugs, handshakes, eating out. So how else might we see a new normal going forward?
NPR's Allison Aubrey has been looking at some of this and joins us now. Hey there, Allison.
Good morning.
What would it take for people to be returning to public spaces like a mall or a playground or public transportation?
Yeah, well, one idea out there is to use UV light to disinfect public spaces. UVC light, to be specific. This technique is currently used to, say, sanitize medical equipment. You may see this in a dentist's office. The light can destroy viruses and bacteria. And I spoke to Andrea Armani, she's a researcher at USC, about the potential here.
currently, one area that I'm collaborating with an expert in robotics on is actually developing a semi-autonomous robot that is able to kind of go into spaces, clean areas, but where the human operator is not with the robot.
Okay, so first we're talking about like a Roomba or whatever it's called, except it's blasting light everywhere, which sounds great, but I guess we should clarify, this is using intense light to clean inanimate objects, right?
That's right. You would not want to use this on people. You may recall the president last week tossed out the idea of using UV light on people. That would be dangerous. It would cause skin cancer. But the idea here is to use it, as you say, on surfaces. And these robots, if they come to pass, would be used in the middle of the night when people are not around.
Something that I've noticed, a change that I've noticed in my life, is that a doctor's appointment is no longer face-to-face. There's telemedicine on looking at a screen. Is that going to continue?
Sure. I think in addition to these virtual visits with our healthcare providers, I think this may become a part of the new norm. We're also going to be using more gadgets at home to monitor or to assist monitoring our own health. Last week, a doctor wrote an opinion piece in the New York Times about a device that's as easy to use as a thermometer. It's called a pulse oximeter to measure oxygen saturation. He suggested this could be a way for people with COVID symptoms to flag a drop in oxygen levels. So the idea is that it could provide a kind of early warning of the breathing problems that come along with COVID pneumonia. It could also be useful for people with asthma. Now, it is noted that a lot of people may have seen this column. At the moment, it's tough to find a pulse ox online. I looked last night. A lot of them are sold out or back ordered.
You know, Allison, much earlier in the pandemic, you and I were talking. We were actually in the same studio back when that could happen. And I think we did a kind of elbow bump. It would be nice to get back to where I could be close enough to anyone to do an elbow bump. But how is basic interaction going to change once we get back to it?
You know, I think people are going to be wary of salad bars and buffets because of all those shared utensils in terms of greeting each other. I think we're just going to move to these low touch or no touch greetings. You know, hugging and kissing and handshaking may be off the table.
Okay. Well, Allison, I send you a virtual handshake.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so much. NPR's Allison Aubrey.
Several states begin to reopen this week. Before that can happen everywhere, though, a robust contact tracing system has to be in place.
Here's how that works. Public health workers interview people with COVID-19 and ask who they've had contact with. Then officials ask those contacts to put themselves in quarantine. As we heard yesterday, 2 former health officials estimate that the nation needs an army of contact tracers, some 180,000 people nationwide. So what are states doing to hire and train them?
NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin has been looking into this and joins us now. Hi, Selena.
Hi.
So you surveyed all 50 states, D.C., Puerto Rico, about this very thing, contact tracing, how many people would be required, how you set it up. What'd you learn?
Well, we were able to get data from 41 states, and the total they currently have added up to 7,300. Most states said they were planning to hire, and after the hiring surge, we'll have a total workforce of 35,600. This is a snapshot from this past week. A lot is in flux, but that's our best estimate for what's planned. More than 35,000 contact tracers nationally.
Okay, so you just identified a workforce of upwards of 35,000, but that's still a lot less than the number Steve cited in the intro, right? I mean, is that going to be enough?
The short answer is not even close. You mentioned that estimate of 180,000 people needed. Other estimates have put the number needed at 100,000. Here's what Tom Frieden, former CDC director, told me about the totals we found.
It's a start. I think an increasing number of health departments around the country recognize the need to substantially scale up activities.
One guidepost some epidemiologists have been using is during the pandemic, you want 30 contact tracers per 100,000 residents. Only one state has that right now, and it's North Dakota. After hiring 3 more places will, Michigan, Nebraska, and the District of Columbia. Of course, if you have a huge population, this is a bigger task. California announced plans to create a 10,000-person contact tracing workforce, and even then it won't meet that threshold. Other states that are building up, Louisiana is hiring 700 contact tracers. Texas is working towards 4,000, and that has not been previously reported. We have a state lookup at npr.org, so you can see how many your state has.
North Dakota, you say, has a robust system about to be in place, but they didn't have a severe outbreak, right? Like, is every state going to need to staff up like this, or just the ones where there are bad outbreaks?
So no one knows where this virus is headed, and as states ease social distancing, a situation that seems under control could change quickly. But a few states did tell us they were not planning to hire more. Minnesota was one. Other states said, hey, we're playing this by ear. If we need more, we'll get more. I talked to Crystal Watson. She's a senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and she warns against that approach. Here's what she said.
It really is not a wait and see. If we need it, we need it in order to open up and manage epidemics in different locations as they arise.
She says that investing in contact tracing is fighting back against the epidemic at its source, and it's a smart investment even if you ultimately overshoot and have too many contact tracers.
What about the money, Selena? How much is it going to cost to put this workforce together?
Right. So obviously, unless it's an all-volunteer workforce, it's going to take money. For 100,000 tracers, one estimate put that cost at $4 billion, and Congress has not specifically included that in a funding package yet. But many states said they could really use money and also just guidance on how to do this, how to create a giant public health workforce on a dime.
Mm-hmm. All right. NPR health policy reporter Selena Simmons-Duffin. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with local economies at a standstill and all of our collective concerns about the coronavirus, it's sort of easy to forget sometimes that we are just months away from a presidential election.
Yeah, officials had been asking how to manage historic turnout that was expected this November. Now they must ask a different question: how to vote safely in a pandemic. Many states, as you know, delayed their primaries, but you cannot delay the general election day. Wisconsin held a primary where people risked the crowds to vote in person, but state election officials would like to avoid that, so some are piloting online voting.
So let's talk about all of this, how voting might change because of the pandemic. NPR's Miles Parks covers this, and he joins us now. Hi, Miles.
Hi, Rachel.
So what can you tell us about what some states are doing with online or electronic voting because of the pandemic?
So this is a system provided by a Seattle-based company called Democracy Live that is allowing some states to offer electronic ballot return through a web portal to some of their voters. West Virginia passed a bill earlier this year allowing voters with disabilities to vote this way, and I'm reporting today that 2 more states are likely coming on board with this plan. Delaware confirmed that they'll be piloting the technology in their June primary, and New Jersey is considering offering the technology as well, according to an election official I spoke with who had knowledge of their plans. But it's important to note that this is only for overseas and military voters and voters with disabilities. It's still a really small subset of voters when you consider the millions and millions of people who are going to vote in November. But it means we are probably in a scenario where 2020 is going to see the most internet voting of any presidential election ever. And advocates see it as the beginning of the future of voting, not something that's just going to stop here with these small population blocks.
Right. Obviously, there are concerns about online systems, right? Hacking among them. We saw some of that, obviously, in 2016. What sort of security concerns are there with this system?
There are plenty, which is why people who are pushing for this technology really do not like the phrase or term internet voting. The founder of Democracy Live told me that online voting is a loaded term, is what he said. He said this is really a secure, cloud-based document storage application. But a number of cybersecurity experts I spoke with kind of scoffed at that, saying this is internet voting. That's how you access a cloud. It's still trusting a computer to record a vote correctly, and computers are inherently vulnerable. The other consistent thing they said is that there are probably vulnerabilities in the Democracy Live system to be concerned about. You know, without a truly independent public security audit, no one in the security world can say for sure that this is a safe way to transmit ballots, and no audit like that has been provided by the company yet.
But you said that this effort to bring about online voting happened in some states even before we were aware of the scope of the pandemic. So what is driving this?
So a lot of this push is being driven by those in the disability rights advocacy community. You know, you think about, since the pandemic took over a couple months ago, the voting world has been talking kind of nonstop about the need to expand vote by mail. But those pushes can leave behind a lot of voters with slightly different needs. You think about how hard it is for a blind voter, for instance, to vote a mail ballot that just shows up at their door. So the system can increase accessibility for those voters. The question is, does the benefit outweigh the risk here? Maybe it does for overseas soldiers fighting in wars. Maybe it does for voters with disabilities. But it's hard to figure out where to draw that line, according to election officials.
All right, NPR's Miles Parks. Thank you, Miles. We appreciate you sharing your reporting on this.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, the gig economy, you'll remember, rose from the ashes of the 2008 financial crisis. Uber, Lyft, various food delivery apps created new business models and then saw subsequently massive growth.
The short-term rental company Airbnb was among the giants. It was worth some $30 billion until recently. The company had been preparing to go public, but the pandemic has nearly stopped travel and made staying in a stranger's home seem less appealing. The drop in bookings calls Airbnb's future into question.
Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky talked with NPR's Bobby Allen recently, and Bobby joins us now on the line. Hey there.
Hey, Rachel.
So Airbnb sort of gives us a window into the larger travel industry and how it's going to come out of all of this. What did Chesky tell you?
When the virus really took hold, it sent Chesky and other Airbnb executives basically into a tail-spinning crisis management mode, right? I mean, think about it. Chesky founded a startup, right, like you said, that relies on stranger-to-stranger contact, like booking a bed in a spare room of a local you've never met.
You assume it's clean, you go in, you don't worry about it.
Exactly, yeah. So knowing that that's, not the most popular idea right now, Chesky said he is trying to calm fears. He launched this big cleaning initiative. He's now requiring all rooms to be empty for a night before you can book. And he thinks when people start venturing out of their homes eventually that they're going to want to start traveling and going on vacations again. He says it'll be different, but that's not going away. And Chesky told me, Airbnb was watching the virus in China where they have a sizable presence and says when it eventually took hold in the U.S. and lockdowns swept the country, it hit him.
That was the moment when I think we realized life is going to change, and it may never quite be exactly like it was before. There's going to be a prolonged storm and then a new normal.
So the question is, how will Airbnb survive to see that new normal?
Is there a plan for that?
Good question. Well, Chesky, again, says cleanliness is going to be number one. I mean, he says he has, done his research. He's the CEO of Airbnb, and he knows that guests are even going to start looking for Airbnb listings based on how clean it is. So he's tapped a former U.S. Surgeon General to help him train hosts on these new hygienic standards. And besides that, I mean, look, he's the founder of a buzzy Silicon Valley startup, so he kind of exudes optimism, and that is baked into his post-pandemic plan. He's hoping that people will come back to Airbnb eventually.
All right, NPR's Bobby Allen for us. Bobby, thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
The United States now has more than 1 million cases of coronavirus, and today we get a measure of how much economic damage the pandemic did in the first quarter.
Yeah, the government is going to release its measure of the gross domestic product, the GDP, from January through March. Those months started with a high stock market and low unemployment. They ended with a crashing market and millions out of work.
NPR chief economics correspondent Scott Horsley is on the line. Scott, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
How bad are the GDP numbers likely to be?
Forecasters expect this morning's report is going to show the U.S. economy shrank during the first 3 months of the year. That would be the first quarterly contraction in 6 years.
Wow.
And as Rachel suggests, it's all because of the coronavirus. For the first 2.5 of those months, the economy was chugging along, growing at a steady, if not spectacular pace. But then we got to the middle of March, and there was this sharp and sudden downturn. That's when restaurants and retail shops around the country closed their doors. Tens of millions of Americans were ordered to stay home. Ben Herzon, who's an economist at IHS Markit, says that triggered a sharp decline in consumer spending, and that was enough to erase whatever growth we'd seen before.
Whenever you have the entire country changing behavior at one time in a way that reduces spending, it's certainly enough to wipe out any gains that we saw earlier in the year.
Herzon's expecting to see first quarter growth declining at an annual pace of nearly 5%, and some forecasters expect an even sharper slowdown.
That is really bad, and yet you're saying that reflects only a couple of weeks of the shutdown. Things were running as normal the first couple of months. If that couple of weeks was bad enough to cause a contraction, what about the quarter we're in now?
Yeah, that's what's kind of scary. If half a month of hunkering down can send the economy into reverse, what happens in this quarter when we're looking at a full month in some parts of the country, much more than that in many other parts of the country? Economists expect to see a really deep contraction in the second quarter. When those numbers come out in July, Herzon expects them to show the economy shrinking at an annual pace of about 37% between April and June. In just the last 5 weeks, we've seen some 26 million people applying for unemployment. Millions more could be added to the rolls before this is over. So this is shaping up to be the deepest recession in the U.S. since the 1930s.
And the only thing that people have been able to hang on to, really, is the idea that this should be temporary, that things should improve in some later quarter. Is there any indication here how that recovery might go?
The Commerce Department numbers look backwards, not forwards, but certainly economists are trying to make predictions. It's not a really clear picture. It depends on, of course, what the virus does and how people respond. The best case scenario is the economy starts to stabilize this summer and then we begin to get a rebound later in the year. But there's no guarantee of that. If a lot of businesses go under before we get to the other side, that recovery will be weaker and will take longer. And then there's the danger of a big second wave infections later in the year that requires another round of lockdowns.
And already we have this indication from an NPR poll of how many Americans have been affected by this economic damage.
Yeah, this is a poll NPR conducted along with the PBS NewsHour and Marist College, and it found 50% of Americans have either lost a job or lost work hours because of the pandemic. That's up from just 18% who said that a month ago. The pain is definitely widespread, but it is not spread equally. People of all stripes have been affected, but the job losses and the economic pain has fallen hardest on younger people, people without a college degree, people who make less than $50,000, and black and brown people. And even with that big economic cost, 80% say they don't want schools, restaurants, and big sporting events to restart until there's more testing.
Scott, always a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you, Steve.
The president has begun giving orders to the meatpacking industry.
He invoked something called the Defense Production Act. This is a law that puts industry at the government's command during emergencies. And President Trump used it to tell meat processors when and how to stay open. So what does this mean for America's food supply chain?
Luke Runyon is going to have some answers for us. He's from member station KUNC in Colorado, and he follows the meatpacking industry. Luke, good morning.
Hi there.
What exactly is in the president's order?
So it says that some of the plant closures may be inconsistent with worker safety guidance that was issued by the CDC and the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And it suggests that some of these plant closures that have been happening have been unnecessary. And we should note that the worker safety guidelines that the president is talking about were only issued this past weekend, well after a lot of plants were announcing these temporary or indefinite closures in response to coronavirus outbreaks among their workers. And what constitutes a necessary closure isn't, something that's universally agreed upon. We've seen meatpacking workers in several states protest plants staying open despite these outbreaks. And one other thing the president said was that this would solve, quote, any liability issues for meatpacking plants, though right now the legal ramifications really aren't clear.
I want to be as clear as I can on this. When the government says plant closures may be inconsistent with worker safety guidance, they're not saying you're leaving your workers unsafe, shut down. They're saying keep going even though your company may feel it is unsafe. What is it about working conditions in these meatpacking plants that make them so susceptible to outbreaks?
I've been inside one of these plants, a big beef plant in Greeley, Colorado, and it looked like an assembly line, except all of the workers are actually disassembling cattle. So you have these conveyor belts that are snaking through these facilities, and to churn out a lot of meat, you have workers standing in close quarters along these conveyor belts for hours. They're cutting meat with far less than 6 feet between them, and a lot of times there's thousands of workers in these plants at one time, and you have break rooms and cafeterias and locker rooms that are being used by a lot of people every day.
These are plants, I guess, that are not automated to the extent that, say, an auto plant would be. So what are you hearing from some of those thousands of workers?
Well, there have been protests about unsafe working conditions in several states. Yesterday in Nebraska, some of the 2,000 workers at a Smithfield pork plant outside Lincoln briefly walked off the job to protest plans to keep it open in the midst of an outbreak at that facility, which has 48 positive cases. My colleague Christina Stella at NET Nebraska spoke to a worker at the plant in Crete and asked for anonymity for fear of losing her job.
Because it's almost like they don't care about us. Just keep production going, keep the money coming in, whatever they can do to just keep going. That's how I feel. And I know I'm not the only one that's actually scared.
Well, that doesn't sound like a pleasant situation for workers.
No, and I think a lot of the workers really are concerned about getting sick, not just for their own health, but potentially taking the virus back home with them.
Yeah, Luke, thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's Luke Runyon at KUNC. Some other news now. The U.S. government has terminated funding for a research project on coronaviruses in China.
It was actually run by a U.S. nonprofit and funded entirely through grants from the National Institutes of Health. The U.S. group was working closely with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is the lab in the same city where the outbreak started. Some U.S. officials have been working to raise suspicions that the virus escaped from that very lab, though experts have cast doubt on that theory.
NPR Global Health correspondent Narit Eisenman is covering this story. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
What was this group working on?
It goes back to 2003. Remember the outbreak of severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, in China?
Yeah.
Well, scientists think some version of SARS, which is a type of coronavirus also, had long been circulating in bats before suddenly making its way to humans. So EcoHealth Alliance started this work in China to essentially prepare for the next coronavirus outbreak by capturing bats, testing them to see what other viruses they were harboring that could spark the next outbreak. They found literally hundreds. And they teamed up with this respected local outfit, as you say, the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And that's what seems to be behind the U.S. government's suddenly pulling of the funding because of all these conspiracy theories recently circulating that the Wuhan Institute might have started the current coronavirus outbreak through some kind of contamination accident.
What has your reporting shown when you look into it more deeply?
Yeah, NPR has spoken with half a dozen researchers who are familiar with lab accidents and how research on coronaviruses is conducted. And the consensus is there's virtually no chance the new coronavirus was released as a result of a lab accident in China or anywhere else. But there has been that steady drumbeat of criticism of this institute, particularly by Republican leaders. The U.S. intelligence departments are looking into it, leaks by the State Department. Then about a week ago at a press conference, a reporter asked President Trump why U.S. funds had been provided to the institute as a result of this project run by EcoHealth Alliance. Trump said officials would look into it. Days later, EcoHealth Alliance got an email from the National Institutes of Health, which provides the grant, saying it was terminating it. I should say that both the questioner and then President Trump in his answer misstated the details of the funding. They implied the Obama administration had sent $3.7 million to the Wuhan Institute. While the grant was started under Obama, it was renewed for another 5 years under Trump. Also, only a small portion of the money goes to the Wuhan Institute to cover the costs of using their labs to collect and analyze samples.
I guess just on an objective basis, it doesn't matter which administration approved the money. It's just a question of whether it makes sense or not. But of course, politically, it matters an enormous amount to the president, whether something is linked with Obama or whether he can link it with Obama. What has this group said about losing the money?
Well, I spoke with EcoHealth Alliance's president, Peter Daszak, and he is mystified. He says without this funding, the project can't go forward, and there's a real cost. They have samples of hundreds of different coronaviruses sitting in the freezer in Wuhan that now they won't be able to access. And those samples are really useful because, you see, scientists are desperately developing treatments and vaccines for the current coronavirus, but ideally, they want to design them to also work on those other similar coronaviruses because it's only a matter of time before one of those sparks another outbreak.
This is NPR Global Health correspondent Narit Eisenman speaking with us. Narit, thanks as always.
You're welcome.
Researchers are moving ahead to try and develop a vaccine for the coronavirus, but they are also making progress with treatments to fight the disease right now.
One experimental antiviral drug is showing promise. The optimism comes after a study showed faster recovery times for those given the drug. Dr. Anthony Fauci spoke of the study yesterday.
It is a very important proof of concept because what it is proven is that a drug can block this virus.
All right, to explain this, we have got NPR's Joe Palca with us. Hi, Joe.
Good morning.
Good morning. So what exactly is this drug?
Well, it's an experimental antiviral drug called remdesivir. And the reason it's called an antiviral is it's designed, or it works by mucking up the machinery, the molecular machinery the virus uses to make copies of itself. It's made by a company called Gilead Sciences, and people may have heard of it because remdesivir was tried as an experimental treatment for Ebola, but other drugs proved more effective. This drug trial that we're talking about today began in February 21st, and it was sponsored by Dr. Fauci's institute, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases.
Yeah, I remember reporting on that. So people have been at least talking about this drug in the context of the coronavirus for months. Now it's been tested. Explain the study and what it found.
Well, it's what's known as a randomized placebo-controlled study, which is considered to be the gold standard among researchers. And what you do there is you give some patients the drug and some an inert placebo. And the way it's set up is the doctors don't know what they're giving to the patients and the patients don't know what they're getting. So there's no chance of implicit bias or somebody trying to get the right answer from the drug.
Right.
They did 68 sites all around the world, mostly in this country, but several others. And strictly speaking, the trial isn't over, but all the patients who were enrolled have been enrolled. But there's something called an independent monitoring board, and they were taking a peek. They're a completely separate group, and they were taking a peek at how the first 400 or so patients did. And they found that the drug was shortening the hospital stays from 15 days to 11 days. And there was also in the data at least a hint that patients getting the drug were less likely to die from COVID-19 than those who weren't.
Well, if true, I mean, that would be huge, right? We heard Dr. Fauci calling this a proof of concept. What does that mean? What does it mean for what happens with the drug now?
Well, what it means is that there's something that's proven by the gold standard to work. It's not great. It's not a home run. It's not the silver bullet that's going to, you take it and you dance out of the room. No, not at all. Right. But it is a start in terms of getting a therapy. And now what happens is interesting. Remdesivir becomes the standard of care. You can't use a placebo anymore. It's going to be more ethically controversial to use a placebo because you've shown something works. But they have already set up this same study to begin to look into other drugs that they can combine with remdesivir to see if together they can block the virus and also do something about the damage to the lungs that the virus causes.
Huh. You will keep us up to date on all of them. We appreciate it. NPR's Joe Palca, thank you.
You bet.
All right, it's Good News Thursday, apparently, because we're going to move from good news on the treatment front to some good developments on testing.
A shortage of testing, of course, has constantly frustrated efforts to contain the pandemic up to now. A different kind of test, called an antigen test, may offer a simpler way to identify cases if these tests are accurate enough. So are they?
Let's ask NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Hi, Rob.
Good morning, Rachel.
What is this new test?
So it's called an antigen test because instead of looking for the genetic material from the virus, like the tests that we currently use do, it looks for pieces of the virus, pieces of protein called antigens. They stick out like spikes from the surface of the virus and can be found on cells of people who are infected. Antigen tests have been used for a long time to do things like, test people for the flu and strep. And they're also the kinds of tests that people use as home pregnancy tests.
So what makes this a better strategy for identifying the virus than the current tests?
Yeah. The big thing about antigen tests is that could be a game changer is that they're really fast and cheap and easy to make and use. A lot cheaper and less complicated than those fancy genetic tests. So it would be a lot easier to make and use millions of them to screen millions of people a day. That's crucial if we're going to try to reopen the country safely. If we're going to do like, say, a company wants to test workers every day to see who's infected and so needs to stay home and who's in the clear can safely come back to work and to, spot people who have just gotten infected to keep them from spreading and sparking new outbreaks. And this may not be too far off. I've been in touch with several companies that say they've already developed antigen tests to spot the virus really quickly and easily in saliva, just from a sample of their spit. Lee Gerke is a scientist I talked to about this at MIT and Harvard who's involved with one of these companies.
Looks very much like a pregnancy test, and they're very simple. They don't require special chemicals or training to use them, and they can give you a readout within about 15 minutes or so. And so it could be a very good way of solving the testing problem that we're having in the U.S. right now.
Fascinating. I mean, a pregnancy test, that's something you could just do yourself at home, which sounds like where this is heading. But I mean, there must be concerns about these tests.
Yeah. Some of the experts I've talked to about this are skeptical. And that's because, when antigen tests have been used to do things like test people for the flu and for strep, it misses more infected people than the genetic tests do. Maybe, 15 or 20 out of every 100 people tested. So there's a lot of false negatives there. And they worry about relying on an antigen test to keep the virus from spreading for that reason. So, if you're using it to screen people, you may end up sending people who are infected back into the population who think they're free of the virus.
I mean, it's a trade-off, right? Getting these tests out there. What do companies say about that critique?
Yeah, so they say they're doing the studies to prove their tests would be reliable and could match those fancy genetic tests, or maybe the test could be used to screen people and then get confirmed by other tests. So, they're going to do a lot more research and hopefully show just how well these tests work and how reliable they are.
NPR health correspondent Rob Stein. Thank you, Rob.
You bet.
The Navy's aircraft carrier, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, has nearly 1,000 coronavirus cases. And the Navy wants to stop outbreaks like that from happening on other vessels.
The Navy has imposed strict rules, though only on a small group of civilian Navy employees. These are mariners who bring supplies like food and fuel to Navy ships around the world, and they are essentially locked down and confined to their ships. NPR has learned they're not happy about it.
NPR investigations correspondent Joseph Shapiro has been digging into the story and joins us now. Hey, Joe.
Good morning, Rachel.
Okay, explain what's going on here.
So on March 21st, the Navy admiral who runs the Military Sealift Command, the MSC, issued a gangway up order. The civilian mariners, they've been locked down on their ships ever since. And this wasn't a 2-week quarantine of people who'd been exposed to the coronavirus. It was a move to stop an outbreak from starting by keeping CivMars, that's the name for civilian mariners, locked down on their ships. It's been more than 5 weeks now, and it's actually worked pretty well at stopping sickness.
So if it's working, where's the controversy? I mean, why are people so upset?
Right. Well, even when a ship is docked and on a Navy base, the mariners, they can't leave. Even if their house is just minutes away, they can't see family. They say they can't go to medical appointments. And there's another reason the civilian mariners are very upset. The lockdown applies only to them. So while they're confined to their ships, other people, Navy personnel, contractors, come and go.
They restrict our liberty on the name of protecting us from coronavirus, but we are still exposed to the military personnel that goes home and come back to work. And the contractors that have some jobs to do on the ship, they go home, they come back.
That's a civilian mariner. He asked that we not name him because of fear of retaliation. He's among the more than 20 civilian mariners that we heard from ships around the world. And he says the Navy personnel and contractors, they don't always wear those N95 masks. Everyone's screened before they get on a ship. Their temperature's taken. They're asked questions about symptoms, about whether they've been exposed to someone who's sick. The Military Sealift Command confirmed to us that in the last few days, 2 civilian mariners tested positive for COVID-19 at a Massachusetts shipyard, and it's thought they may have been exposed to infected outside contractors. The MSC says that any shortages of protective gear are sporadic, and many civilian mariners that we spoke to told us that they do have access to the N95 masks, at least in the last few weeks. But others said they still can't get the proper protective gear. Like Tom, he works on a ship that's being repaired, and he says until he can get the proper mask, he's not going to wear any mask at all.
I figured that if I got to wear a cloth over my face like a bandit from the Old West, it's not really worth it, because a piece of cloth is not going to stop a microorganism that's airborne.
Of course, we don't know if it's airborne at this point, we should just say.
Right. So the unions are asking for proper gear and also in their legal grievance for bonus pay for those who are confined to their ships. But there haven't been large outbreaks.
All right, NPR investigative correspondent Joe Shapiro, thank you.
Thank you.